Two former champions have been trading shots since Thursday, while another is threatening to run away with the title. We found the king of the strongmen. 2 more crowns will be earned today. The Rogue Iron game starts now.
Has done it. He is your Rogue Invitational champion.
It is the final day of competition at the 2023 Rogue Invitational as we wrap things up on Sunday at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas, and we will crown 2 more champions. Now here's a look at what is on tap for today, and this is subject to change. Times have already changed. That is shifting around. We will get those to you as soon as we can. And remember, you can go to roguefitness.com/invitational to keep up to date on everything going on with the competition. You can also follow them on Instagram. We're gonna kick things off though with individual event 7 Hulk hands. Now the reason things are shifting around here, weather has been a factor all week long, and today the forecast is calling for rain. The temperatures are a little cooler than they have been, still super humid, but more than likely we are going to see some rain hit the stadium here in Round Rock, Texas. Glad you're with us, everybody, here on the Rogue Iron Game Show. I'm Sean Woodland with China Cho and Pat Sherwood, and I said on Thursday, Pat, that if this year was half as exciting as last year, we would be in for a treat, but I think it has been just as exciting, if not more.
Yesterday, day 3 of competition, man, that was like a shot of adrenaline. I had so much fun watching some of those events. The dual 3 short, sharp mistakes were so costly, but then at the end of the night, we had a blast watching that deadlift ladder. Both the men's and the women's side was so exciting. Got to hang out with Brian Shaw. The commentary was fantastic. You had Chandler Smith lifting north of 600 pounds in a collared shirt.
He was fancy
What
last
more
night.
can you ask for?
Yeah, it was awesome. We still have more stuff coming today. What are you most excited to see?
Well, there's a couple things I'm excited to see. I love seeing new implements. Don't always like using them, but I love watching other people do them. So those fat bells are going to be really cool to watch. And obviously the race at the top of the women's leaderboard. 5 points separating first and second. Let's go. We
have already crowned 1 champion. That was yesterday in the strongman competition, where Mitchell Hooper, for the first time in his career, wins the Rogue Invitational, and he did it with an extremely consistent performance. He beats Tom Stolman by 2 points. Mateusz Kielczkowski, despite the fact that he got 0 points on the first event, the Tower of Power, he was able to work his way back into a podium position courtesy of 2 event wins. But Pat, you've been able to talk to Brian Shaw and Jerry Pritchett and Dr. Bill as you guys watch that competition, but Mitchell Hooper's been on a tear.
Yeah, he was just clean start to finish, and even since coming on the scene in 2022 at the World's Strongest Man, where he debuted, took 8th place since then. He's been on the podium every time he showed up to a competition, and here at Rogue, he had 3 second-place finishes, a 3rd, and a 4th. I mean, that is about as consistent as you could be. It paid off, and all of the most prominent strongmen in the world that I had the honor to be on the desk with, they were just in awe watching him start to finish, and the future is very, very bright for him.
There were a lot of cool events that we got to see. What was the best part about that competition for you?
So when I think of strongman, I think of, ooh, a 1-rep max, ooh, like push a heavy truck. I don't think 60 seconds of work, 90 seconds of work. I think, 1-rep maxes. Right. So when I saw the guys doing the fat log, max rep log lift, it's 360 pounds. I can't even imagine rolling that across the ground for 90 seconds, let alone repping it out. Yeah, so that was so cool.
Tom Stolman had 10 reps on that thing, and that was incredible to watch. Let's turn our attention now back to the CrossFit competition. We'll start on the women's side, where it is tight on top of the overall standings. Tia Toomey has a lead, but yesterday she had a 60-point cushion. Now it's just down to 5 as Laurel Horvath is creeping up. Emma Lawson is there in 3rd place. She has a 20-point lead on Gabby McGowan, and then it's Alex Gazan rounding out the top 5. But so far, the marquee matchup between Tia Toomey and Laurel Horvath, that has delivered.
100%. And, happy to admit when I'm wrong. Okay, now leading into the deadlift event last night, I was like, okay, look, I know that Tia is incredibly strong, but this is where, you know, on the last part of day number 3, this is where she's going to lose it. She's built up a good cushion. She performed so well on the killer cage and other events, but these other women are going to blow by her. But she fought and clawed for every rep as the weight kept getting heavier and heavier, and by the end of the day, she held on to that first place spot.
Laura didn't get off to an ideal start in the 10th inning, but she definitely finished her day off strong. She made it to the final 2 of the duel again, and she was only 8/100ths of a second from taking first place. And then last night, if you saw her deadlift, her game face was so intense. You know that she's going to be coming into day 3 ready to close that gap.
Well, let's talk about last night, because that women's deadlift event was amazing to watch. It took 18 rounds to figure that thing out.
I mean, they had so much volume and time under tension at such an extraordinarily high percentage of their 1-rep max. I mean, you want to go home and do a little bit of rolling out after that.
It's
you know what I mean?
true. And Laura, Danny, and Alex were our final 3. It is insane to me that you had to have deadlifted 400 pounds or more in order to be in the top 4 in this event. 400 pounds, that's an impressive 1-rep max, let alone doing it in a ladder, 3rd day of competition, medal plates, all of the above. Ultimately, Alex Gazan was the last woman standing. She literally had 30 to 40 more pounds in the tank. She looked solid from start to finish. It was ridiculous.
I think she only set like 7 PRs.
Yeah, seriously.
Back-to-back PRs. She showed up.
It was an incredible performance, a lot of fun to watch. And if there is one thing that we have learned over the past couple of days is don't get used to the leaderboard the way it stands right now.
Oh, no. I mean, come on. We're at day 4 of competition right now. We have 3 events remaining. 2 known, 1 unknown. Who knows what that's going to be? There's 300 points on the line. Anything can happen. We've seen mistakes be so costly. And, okay, look, Tia, Laura, there's a great fight going on there. I'm looking forward to watching that as well. But there's also great fights behind that. Emma Lawson sitting in 3rd place. Right now, okay, 85 points out of 2nd place, but don't think that's unreachable. When I had Annie Thor's daughter, Catherine Davis' daughter, former champions themselves, they were like, Emma Lawson is a threat. She can do it. There's a lot of competition remaining. So whoever your favorite athlete is, keep cheering. It's not over.
Let's go over to the men's side, where it's a different story on top of the overall standings. Pat Vellner has built a huge lead heading into the final day. He has 490 points. Jeff Adler is the closest man to him at 400. Roman Krennikov sits in 3rd, but look at the men who are within reach of not only that 2nd spot, but also the 3rd spot. Just 50 points separate Adler from Olsen in 10th. So there is a lot there that needs to be decided, but Pat Vellner has been, other than a 13th on day number 1, this guy has been lights out.
I mean, he really pulled away yesterday. He had 3 top 5 finishes. And when you look at the events that he had yesterday, he had a long grind. He had a workout that had no room for error. It was a sprint event. And then he had a max lift. They couldn't be any more different from each other. And he is coming into day 3 hot.
A seasoned athlete at 33.
That's a polite way of saying
33 years young. Oh, you know, just a couple years away from a master and still performing at the highest level possible, not slowing down at all. As a matter of fact, seeing some of the best Vellner we've seen forever. We always kind of would joke like, look, Pat always makes this too difficult for himself. He punts one into the stands and has this amazing comeback story. What would it be like if he didn't have to do that? This is what it would be like, a 90-point lead going into the final day of competition. So Pat's just got to hold on.
Let's talk about the duel yesterday for the men, because that was a fantastic event. We had 1 heat in there where all 5 men were separated by less than a second.
It was crazy. The race was tight. It's so insane to me how nervous you can get when you're not even competing.
Right.
Ultimately, Jason Hopper and Brent Fikowski were the last man standing. I was on the tailgate show with Pat and Jason's coach, Matt Frazier, and he did say that if Jason had a clean run, he would win this event, and that is exactly what Jason did. Smooth runs every single time. It was a great event for him.
Meanwhile,
Look
Pat,
at them.
the battle between Jeff Adler and Roman Krennikov, that's still going on. But it's not for the top of the leaderboard like we thought it would be.
No, and you know that's a very polite way to say that what we thought would be the top story was not the top story. I mean, that's who we thought we'd be battling back and forth, but Vellner right now is absolutely crushing it. But there's still a great race between Adler and Krennikov. So right now, Adler's in 2nd place, Krennikov in 3rd, but just 15 little points between them. And we led up to this with there's a little bit of tension, some, crap talking happening there. How would that go down? They've seemed to be more friendly on the competition floor. Personally, I don't buy it. They're competitors. They want to win. And this is the final day of competition, right? This is not for funsies. They're at work.
Right.
And Krennikov has never beaten Adler in an in-person competition. And if he wants to break that streak, today is the final day of competition. He does not have time to mess around.
Let's talk about event number 7, because that is what is going to kick us off today as we have 3 final events in the CrossFit competition. It is called Hulk Hands. And Pat, what are the keys to this monster of a test?
Yeah, this is just one of those longer workouts. You get just about the kitchen sink thrown at you during this. It's going to hit you from head to toe. It's a grinder, and so pacing is going to be very important. If you burn out on the way out and you don't save enough for the way back, you're going to watch all those people that you were so happy about the lead that you took pass you. That's not what we want to have. And then the other part is those double fat bell ground overhead. The loading's not crazy. Pair of 70s for the guys, pair of 50s for the women. It's 20 reps each time, which is a sneaky loading. But since it's not a barbell and the range of motion's a bit different, it's just going to hit you in a little bit of an unusual way, and I think that's going to be a key for this.
Who do you like in this event?
Man, I have to like Krennikov.
Yeah.
If you want to see a good fight, and that's what we all came to see, right? Love to see Vellner hold on to that lead, but then where's the battle? Krennikov needs to start getting points. If he lets Adler keep creeping away at him, then like I said, he needs to break that streak of saying, look, everybody, I can take down Adler. Watch me do it. Final day of competition. Roman needs to make it happen, and he has the tools.
On the women's side, who do you think wins this event?
So, I mean, Hulk Hands, this event is one that requires power output and just downright grittiness. And when I think of those things, I think Laura Horvath. When you think of how she competed last year, she crushed DT with a spin. That had a lot to do with the Echo Bike since the load wasn't very heavy. And then when you think about the fat bells, they remind me of double kettlebells, which takes me to the alpaca. Pushing a sled, double kettlebell, clean and jerks. She handled those with ease, and I can definitely see her taking the W on this event. She is just so strong, so powerful, and again, she's ready to rock.
And remember, if you want that premium viewing experience, you can check out the Rogue Iron Game premium stream with China and Pat. I mean, if you missed yesterday, you missed a lot of great stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You missed Brian Shaw giving a master class in just deadlift knowledge.
He put on a clinic for about 70 continuous minutes to get your deadlift. I think he said guaranteed to 1,100 pounds.
At least.
You have to go back and check.
Then you might actually have to belt up at that point.
Right, yeah,
you know,
double belt.
Yeah, you wouldn't. I mean, you're not going to belt up anything under 800.
No, of course
But
not.
it's been a great time there over on the stream. Great guests with Pat and China. It's been a lot of fun. Check it out. It's only $15 for the final day. So $15 for some just outstanding content. And you'll be able to access it until November 5th. So you'll be able to have a replay there and go back and watch everything that you may have missed. All right, that is going to do it for us. But let's take one more look at the schedule here as we're going to kick things off with Hulk Hands. And again, times are shifting around. So go to roguefitness.com/invitational or follow them on Instagram for all the latest information. And as we get more information, we will certainly pass that along to you. But event 7 is up next. Hulk Hands getting us kicked off here on day 3 at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Thanks so much for being with us today on the Rogue Iron Game, everybody. For Pat Sherwood and China Cho, I'm Sean Woodland. Have fun watching the final day of action here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. 3 events remain before we crown 2 more champions here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. It is Sunday at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas, and we are set for Event 7. It is Hulk Hands presented by a Mayhem athlete. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champ Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon is down on the field. And Adrian, tight race on top of the overall standings for the women, and it is delivering as promised.
It is delivering as promised. Listen, we've been battling the weather, but these women have been battling each other event by event. It is close at the very top with Tia Claire Toomey, 5 points still ahead of Laura Horvath. But then we've got a lot of close races that are going to be taking place as these women are going to be fighting tooth and nail to get onto the podium.
Emma Lawson right now sits in 3rd place. She's hanging on to that final spot on the podium, but as you mentioned, Adrian, look how close it is behind her. Plenty of women are still in contention for that 3rd and final spot on the podium here, and it's still Tia Toomey who leads, but again, that is razor thin. Just 5 points separate Toomey and Horvath. Event 7, it's Hulk Hands. It has changed just a bit because of the weather.
Yeah, we've had to make a little bit of a pivot. We got to make sure that we keep the athletes' safety as a priority. The event is 30 calories on the Echo Bike to start. They're going to advance to 20 double fat belt, ground to overhead, so they can do that anyway, 50 pounds for the women. Then initially it was a 75-foot front rack lunge to the Zeus. This time the change is that they're going to take those fat belts and they're going to do 20 stationary lunges. Then they're going to run, bag, drag up the hill, return on the run, 20 stationary lunges, 20 double fat belt ground overhead another time, and then they will finish on the Echo Bike.
First of 2 heats for the women is getting set to start here, and here are your lane assignments for heat number 1 of Hulk Hands. Paige Semenza is lane 5. She had a great showing last night in the deadlift event, as did Kyra Milligan. And Bethany Flores down in lane number 9. Bethany didn't do a single lift last night, so she does not have that posterior chain fatigue that maybe the other athletes are experiencing right now. And there is Emily Rolfe, someone who's really good at these long, grinding events.
That's right. Emily Rolfe has a very unique skill set, Sean. When the workout is really hard and nasty, she happens to be good at it. And in all honesty, when an event asks of athletes high levels of work capacity, high power output, with minimal gymnastics skill set, she is one of the top picks each and every time. I talked to her before the whole event started this year at the Rogue Invitational, and I was like, hey, is it hard knowing that you really have to suffer to go get 100 points every time? Your skill set is so unique that when the workout's really hard, you thrive. The keys of this event are pretty simple. Ride your threshold to start. Although it's an out and back again type event, it's important to make sure that you don't get caught up in sprinting too soon, too early. We know that athletes can utilize that Echo Bike, and sometimes it can be a bit of a trap. And then also it's find your rhythm. This is a new apparatus, these Hulk Hands out here. And so because of the different range of motion that it will present in the form of versus a dumbbell or a kettlebell, athletes have to adapt on the fly.
First heat is underway. Emily Rolfe and the rest of the women here getting to work on those 30 calories on the Echo Bike. And again, after this, they move to those fat belts. You ever messed around with those?
You know, I've never touched one. I've seen them around. I've never actually gotten to play with one before.
We'll see how the athletes adapt to that new implement.
The biggest difference that I can see, of course, is that it's like a kettlebell minus the handle being on top, right? So it's going to put the athletes closer to the ground when they actually have to make contact with the ground. So it'll increase the range of motion a bit, and at demand of them that they hinge at the hip or drop their butt and squat down a little bit. But either way, Sean, they're going to be utilizing those legs that they have been pounding all weekend.
Bethany Flores and Emily Rolfe are your leaders right now in these first 30 calories. There is Ariel Lowen, who right now sits in 11th place overall, 330 total points, but only 5 points back at Danny Spiegel for 10th.
Yeah, this could be a particularly good event for Ariel as well. Nothing abstractly heavy here. I think she'll handle the ground to overhead very well. She's going to pace the bike like the veteran that she is, so she's going to ride her own race for sure.
Couple calories remaining here for the leaders in the heat, and Bethany Flores is going to be the first woman onto those fat bells. 50 pounds on each one. She has to do 20 shoulder to overhead. That's about 23 kilos.
All right, so this is the first look at this. This looks really cool. Bethany gets an opportunity to go between her legs. So I'm sure athletes have an opportunity to choose whether they want to go inside their feet or outside their feet. Most athletes, it looks like, are going to opt to go inside their feet so that they can hinge, tap them to the grass, extend in the form of a clean, and then press overhead.
Emily Rolfe is also onto those fat bells. 20 ground to overhead here. And for more on that implement, let's bring in the third member of our broadcast crew, Kiki Dixon.
Guys, these are the Rogue Thompson fat bells. They were co-developed with powerlifting legend Donnie Thompson. Essentially, it's a new take on the kettlebell. They have moved the handle and it's been repositioned inside the bell. Ideally, your hand and the bell are going to act as one, so it'll be one nice fluid movement.
I really love the way the athletes look to be moving with these so far. It certainly changes. It changes the stability overhead. Of course, the point of control within the weight is very different now. So folks, if you're watching this at home and you're thinking, well, it looks a lot like a dumbbell, wouldn't it feel like a dumbbell? It'd feel very different due to the shape difference, due to the way that we have to navigate our bodies with this circular apparatus versus the two heads of a dumbbell that always feel equally distributed the entire time. There's a bit more stability that's going to be asked of these athletes, especially when they go shoulder overhead.
Emily Rolfe with 5 reps remaining as Karine Freyova has moved into second place. Final 4 reps for Rolfe. She takes a break. Flores is back on. Now after this is where the change to the event was made. It was going to be a 75-foot front rack lunge with a 95-pound barbell. That has changed. We're now doing 20 stationary lunges with those fat bells.
Yeah, and this is where that change in this event has to be a thing on the athlete's mind. It has to be important because now they're going to be having to slug through 20 more reps with those fat bells versus going to pick up something they're more familiar with in the form of a barbell. To me, I would change my pace. Then I intentionally decided to come out just a touch and probably lay off the threshold with these ground to overhead just so that I'm much more prepared for those lunges.
There's Karine Freyova, who comes in 20th place overall, just hasn't been able to get on track here. Her best finish was an 11th in event number 3. Danielle Brandon is now on to the reverse lunges.
And she's got those things in a great position here. Sean, she went very smoothly through the ground overhead and immediately got to work. There's no hesitating happening for her at all on these lunges. She looks very comfortable. Torso's remaining very upright as she finds herself stepping back to pull herself forward.
20 reps here, alternating legs. At the 70 rep mark is when they will take off on the run. And there goes Danielle Brandon. Brandon has completed all 70 reps. The score on the left side of the screen does not reflect the work that she has done, but she is clearly in the lead. Emily Rolfe is right behind her in second, and now Ariel Lowen is heading to Mater Hill for that bag drag.
And these athletes aren't just battling the weight of that bag, Sean. We know that because we've been battling these implements or the weather all weekend. The hill's a little slick. They've got to be mindful of their footing. Got to find the best posture that's going to help them get up the hill, and of course that bag as well.
Brandon and Rolfe, the only 2 athletes on the bag drag. As here comes Ariel Lowen.
You think about the movements that they're coming off of just executing right. Echo bike, filling the legs with a ton of blood, a lot of lactate, getting that burning sensation. Then they have to go ground overhead, a little bit more of a hinge. But they just came off of a lunge, and now anyone that's ever dragged anything backwards knows that when you pull something backwards, those quads get blown up. So they are certainly in the middle of a grind, as I'm sure Danielle Brandon is very happy to be at the top of the hill.
Brandon is now done, and she is heading back for now 20 more reverse lunges with those fat bells. Danielle Brandon, 13th place overall. Her best finish was a 5th in the duel, and now Emily Rolfe will be the second woman on her second and final set of lunges.
And this is where it was really important for Danielle to find a rhythm. She now is touching these fat bells for the second time, having a better familiarity with exactly how to execute them. She's going to know how to get them from ground to overhead. And now for these final 20, these reps are important. She's got to be able to hold Emily Rolfe off and, of course, be able to, excuse me, they're going to get to the lunges first, but she's got to be able to hold Rolfe off so that she has some time as an advantage when she gets to the bike.
Some rain starting to come down a little bit here at Dell Diamond as Emily Rolfe and Danielle Brandon are working through their second and final set of those reverse lunges, 50 pounds in each hand, about 23 kilos. And that bag that they dragged was 100 pounds. Some of the athletes having a tough time getting up that hill, and you can see the rain really starting to come down here at Dell Diamond Stadium. 45 kilos on that drag bag as more women are on their second and final set of reverse lunges.
And as we watch this rain continue to fall, Sean, there's a lot of considerations on the fly that athletes are forced to make. One, of course, is the hill. That's the obvious one. They got to make sure their footing is continually very solidified every step they take. But even with these lunges, they've got to be careful and cautious where they place that back leg. This also forces them to lean a little bit more forward into the front leg, which is already under a ton of duress with the weight on their body. And then we talk about grip when it comes to these ground overhead. The inside, those handles are getting a little wet, and these athletes are going to continue to chalk the best that they can to keep that solid grip on the fat bells, but they're battling the elements out there as much as they're battling this event as well.
Emily Rolfe and Danielle Brandon are tied for the lead right now at 66 reps apiece. Ariel Lowen sits in second, followed by Bethany Flores and Karine Freyova in fifth. Saw Rolfe taking a look to her left to see what Brandon was doing as Brandon continues to work through her final set of that ground to overhead.
Emily Rolfe is trying to look over constantly right there, like you mentioned, Sean, right at Danielle to try to figure out where is she, how long is she resting, how much time do I need to make up.
Brandon continuing to work. Now takes another break. Emily Rolfe, she's back to work as Rolfe and Brandon continue to trade the lead here in this first of two heats for the women. Seventh event of the competition. There will be 9 total for the individual athletes. Danielle Brandon back in front.
And you wonder, Sean, from an athlete mentality, Emily Rolfe knows she can make some money on that Echo bike. She has a unique ability to put out a lot of power. She's a taller athlete. She can spin those pedals quickly with a lot of aggression. She could be game in this clean and jerk portion just so that she knows she gives herself an opportunity to go get it on the bike.
Danielle Brandon is getting close to finishing up. Emily Rolfe now has 4 reps remaining. Brandon is on her final rep, and she is done.
All right, here we go. The race is going to get exciting. Danielle has got to go be aggressive early, create a rhythm, get the watts going, because here comes Emily Rolfe, and she's not going to hold back at all.
Rolfe and Brandon, first 2 women to the Echo bike. 30 final calories, and then they have to get across the finish line. Ariel Lowen has 4 reps remaining on the ground to overhead. Now 3, as Lowen looks to be the next woman to get to the bike.
And one thing for us to try to be able to eye up is the way that the handles are moving. It's an easy visual you can see. Typically, if you see someone's hands flushing back and forth a little bit faster than another, that means their RPMs are higher. They're making more revolutions per minute. That's going to reward them more calories in a faster time. Right now, it looks like Emily has a bit of an edge when it comes to the RPM output, and we'll see how it plays out as the calories continue to chip away.
At the 112 rep mark, they will be done as Ariel Lowen competing in her home state, is now onto the bike in that white top and brown pants. Emily Rolfe has about a calorie lead right now on Brandon. She has 9 to go. As Emily Rolfe looking to set the early time to beat here in the first of these 2 heats in event 7.
Yeah, and she clearly attacked this in a great way in regards to pacing. She got on just a few seconds after Danielle Brandon, so Brandon had the lead early on the Echo bike. Emily closed the gap and then finished with speed.
And Rolfe is done, and she is across the finish line, and Emily Rolfe will take heat number 1. Danielle Brandon looking to be the next woman to finish. And Brandon is in. You see the rain really starting to come down now. 18-minute time cap in this event. Ariel Lowen through 100 of the 111 scored repetitions now in this event. She has 10 calories to go. Bethany Flores sits in 4th, followed by Karine Freyova.
Yeah, and a lot of times the goal here as an athlete is to get to the bike back, of course, as quickly as you can. But when you hop on, when you know you got something in front of you like 30 full calories, you don't want to just start off sprinting immediately when you get back on there. You want to start off at a pace with urgency, but you also want to think, I'm gonna just steadily build the watts the closer that I get to my target goal. That way you don't start too fast and burn out through the finish.
And then we had a race between Flores and Lowen as Freyova is across the finish line as well. We'll have to wait for the official time between Flores and Lowen. That was close, but it is really coming down here in Austin, Texas. Some of the heaviest rain that we have seen all week. There is Paige Semenza. Comes in 12th place overall, coming off a 10th place finish in the deadlift event that saw her pull 375 pounds. Paige Powers, 15th place overall, is getting set to finish up. Her best finish was an 8th in event number 3, and now Paige is in.
I don't think they're mad about it. I don't think they're mad about getting dumped on at this point of the event, right? Like, hey, if it was there affecting their drag and their fat bell execution, I totally understand. But as they finish on the Echo bike, it looks fun.
Shelby Neal is off and in. And Neal is just going to enjoy the downpour.
Yeah, man, it'll, if nothing, this is going to be one for the memory books for all of these women that are finishing this event out there in the downpour.
Semenza is across. Elena Caratala is in. At least Kyra Milligan is the last athlete out on the field here. She's got 3 minutes to go before she will get time capped. Everybody's trying to avoid the rain, including our cameras. A lot of plastic bags out there on the field right now, protecting some valuable equipment as Kyra Milligan is looking to finish up her final 30-calorie bike. Now the rain's starting to let up a little bit here.
Kyra Grandin through this has had some solid performances throughout the weekend, knowing that this is a time domain, this is a chipper style event that is something that she's trying to expand her growth in as an athlete and certainly be able to capitalize on more points in the future here.
Milligan pulled 395 pounds last night in the max deadlift event for a 5th place finish. Best of the competition for her.
And I guarantee you,
5 calories remain for Milligan.
she's not having an opportunity to touch many heavy weights in training for her right now. Right, we all understand that as a competitive athlete, you've really got to lean into training your weakness. She's doing a lot of running. She's doing a lot of aerobic development. A lot of stuff that's going to help her prepare for moments just like this.
And now Kyra Milligan will close out heat number 1. But it's Emily Rolfe who sets the top time unofficially at 12 minutes and 16 seconds.
Yeah, Emily did a great job there executing. I mean, she was an athlete that we watched all the way from the beginning. We know that with her history, her athletic performances, she she's got a natural skill set for long grinder-style workouts, and at 12:16, we still consider that a moderately long workout in this sport. And it's a long time to be grinding through 40 dumbbell clean and jerks at 53 pounds, and same with all the lunges and everything else that was asked for. Take a look back. Danielle Brandon did a great job early pacing. She was the first one to the hill. Again, we talked about how easy these athletes make it look, but how difficult it actually is, especially coming off the ground overhead and the lunges that they had to do. And she was actually the first one back here, even to the lunges, as we see her executing. Emily Rolfe just chipped away at that lead the entire time as both of them went unbroken on the back half of these lunges. And then it was really back and forth through the ground to overhead, eyeing each athlete, looking left to right. Brandon was to the echo bike. Enough time just to accumulate about 2 to 3 calories ahead of Emily Rolfe. But we know Emily Rolfe, she's going to say that that echo bike is her jam, and she closed the gap and was able to recapture that lead to finish across this smooth, wet, and glistening floor here at the Rogue Invitational. I'm sure they're enjoying these cool temperatures right now.
12:16 unofficially for Emily Rolfe, your top time heading into the second and final heat. Remember, you can head to roguefitness.com/invitational for all the latest updates and standings. Second heat coming up next for the women. The rain continues to come down here at Dell Diamond Stadium as we are set for heat number 2 for the women in Event 7, Hulk Hands, presented by Mayhem Athlete. Your overall standings coming in, it is Tia Toomey with the overall lead, but not by much. She only leads Laura Horvath, I should say, by 5 points. Emma Lawson sits in third place with 415 points, but there's a host of women behind her who have a shot of taking away that third place position now with 3 events remaining. The event description, whole lot of work, and some things have changed here.
A whole lot of work, and we called a few audibles here. This is a chipper out and back again. These athletes are going to open with 30 calories on the Echo bike. They're going to do 20 fat bell ground to overhead with 50 pounds. Then instead of the 75-foot front rack lunge, they're going to do 20 stationary lunges with those fat bells, out for a run to drag the bag to the top of the hill, return back to the bells, more lunges, more ground overhead, and then they finish with 30 cals on the Echo bike.
Emily Rolfe has the top time, 12 minutes, 16 seconds unofficially, as she won heat number 1.
Yeah, and there's a lot of women in this heat that are eyeing up that time and have the capacity to beat that score.
Laura Horvath and Tia Toomey will be right next to each other in lanes 5 and 6. That is the battle we have been watching all week long, and they currently sit in 1 and 2 in the overall standings. Toomey with just a 5-point lead over Laura Horvath, and we start with the 30 calories.
There are leaders, Tia and Laura. And Laura's an athlete that we've got to keep an eye out on. She has high levels of high power output and high work capacity. Again, these movements are simple. We're covering a lot of ground with the out and back again style. I really like her ability, not just to compete with Tia here head-to-head on this particular event, but perhaps to be able to recapture that lead here for first place.
Keep an eye on the judges as they count off reps. Obviously, the rain is throwing a huge wrench into a lot of things here, not only the schedule, but also some of our technical equipment. 30 calories here, 18-minute time cap, 12 minutes, 16 seconds. Again, that's the time to beat from Emily Rolfe in heat number 1.
Hey, it's one thing for us to say it, but to watch these athletes do it, they train for the unknown and unknowable, right? Hey, this is certainly an element that many feel unprepared for. Have you ever picked up an apparatus when it's wet? Do you feel like psychologically and emotionally you can adjust to that? These are all things that are being tested right now as we watch these athletes take the field.
Laura Horvath and Emma Lawson are your leaders right now on these 30 calories. Both of them now through 25 and counting. Gabby McGowan there as Manon Anganese is joining that fight. There's Christine Kohlenbrander. She's had a great competition, 6th place overall right now. And she's had 3 straight finishes inside the top 10. Took 3rd in seed at the bar back on Friday morning. Now Horvath and McGowan advancing to the fat belts along with Lawson and Anganese. Here comes Emma Carey. Now 20 ground overhead, 50 pounds in each hand. Alex Gazan is off, Danny Spiegel as well. That's good for Laura Horvath, as some people are getting between her and Tia Toomey right now. Now Toomey just getting off the bike, and she'll get to work.
And we're noticing a lot more of the same. Athletes choosing to make contact with the ground between their legs as they bring the bells to the shoulder and then overhead. Slight difference between the way the athletes are executing. You see more of a swing type action from Laura Horvath to get the fat bells to the shoulder, and then she executes a push press, where we see Tia kind of slightly bending her arms just a touch to get them towards her hip. Then she gets them to the shoulders, and she's executing a pusher.
And a lot of the women, when they picked those things up for the first time, got doused with some water as rain has been collecting in the bottom of those fat bells. This is the heaviest rain we've seen during competition since the competition began. I mean, we had some heavy rain on Thursday, but obviously that was not a competition day until the nighttime when the rain let up. Field's a little bit slick, but not terrible according to people down there on the field right now. And actually may help with that sled bag drag a little bit when they get to Mater Hill. Laura Horvath is your leader.
Yeah, and I really like the way Laura's executing here. It's smooth, it's composed. What Tia's doing can work for her. She's slightly bending her elbows, but from an efficiency standpoint, we see that actually bleeds out a little bit of energy rep after rep.
Horvath is now on to the 20 reverse lunges. And again, this is the part of the event that changed for safety reasons. They were supposed to front rack lunge a barbell, but because of the weather, they changed it to this movement.
Yeah, and these lunges don't really look like they're presenting much of a problem to any of the athletes that we've seen go through it. Again, the footing is something they have to be really mindful of, though. Where they place that trail leg and how far it is from their lead leg is important so that they can remain balanced. And Laura Horvath in and out of there quick for those 20.
Horvath is done. And Tia Toomey, meanwhile, is starting to gain some ground. She was one of the last women to get off the bike, and right now sits in 5th place in the heat as Horvath makes her way to Mater Hill.
Sean, we've seen Tia pace the 10th inning like a true pro. The thing about starting this particular event from behind is that there's less transitions, there's less opportunity to make up ground. So while she's running her own race, and of course I know she needed to pace that bike, you get this far behind an athlete like Laura Horvath in an event like this, and there's no making up that ground.
100 pounds on that bag, 45 kilos as Horvath makes her way up Mater Hill in center field at Dell Diamond Stadium. She's the only woman on this portion of the event. Now Gabby McGowan is there as well. And that bag, again, 100 pounds, that's 45 kilos, but probably soaked up with some water there that's added a little bit of weight. But Horvath is managing that okay. Now here comes Emma Lawson and Manon Anganese. Danny Spiegel taken off. And Tia Toomey has also made her way to the hill. Toomey there in the middle of the screen. Horvath smartly, I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but she decided to slide down the hill
Yeah, it looked like she was trying to be extra sure of her footing and then just kind of gave up on it and was like, cool, I'll take it for the next 5 yards. And it wound up okay in her favor. We'll see if anyone else chooses to try to slide on down.
Just trying to slip and slide your way down the hill there. You know, work smart, not hard. Horvath is now working her way back to the Fat Bells. And here comes Magawa. And all Horvath needs to do to erase the remainder of the lead that Toomey has on her is just beat her in this event. 12:16 unofficially from Emily Rolfe is your top time from Heat 1. Now, Toomey has moved into third place behind Gabby Magawa. And here comes Emma Lawson right behind Toomey. The 20 more reverse lunges from Magawa and Horvath. They're getting to work on that portion of the event. And here comes Tia Toomey set to join them. Alex Gazan and Manon Anganese are also done along with Emma Carey.
That's right, okay. And a lot of this race up into this point has been these athletes vetting their own fatigue, how they feel coming into the day, how fast can I go early, how fast do I need to go in order to stay in a threatening position. And a lot of them, of course, pace that run on the back half so that they know they can pick up these Fat Bells and go 20 unbroken with the lunges.
Horvath is on her final rep, and she'll head back to the bike. So Laura Horvath looking to pick up an event win.
And she's transitioning to those ground overhead here. So she's making sure that her hands are going to be dry enough so that she can still link some reps together without losing control of those Fat Bells.
20 more ground to overhead. Jump the gun there on that. She has to complete more reps here before then she can get back to the Echo bike. Emma Lawson trying to hang on to that third spot on the podium. Right now sits in fourth place in this heat. She's 20 points up on Magawa, and Magawa is ahead of her right now.
All these athletes given slight pause. This is where it was important to find a rhythm in this event, is with these ground overhead. None of the athletes really knew or had an opportunity to play with them very much leading into this point. So it was all about deciding how you were going to break them up and how long you wanted to rest, and then, of course, holding yourself accountable to that so that you can minimize downtime.
There's Gabby Magawa, who's 4 reps back of Laura Horvath for the lead. Horvath should have 8 to go here. At the 81 rep mark is when she should head back to the bike. Horvath taking a break. Toomey, meanwhile, is now in third, creeping up on Gabby Magawa.
Folks, as we watch these athletes move, again, taking note Tia's form. She bends her elbows before her hips completely open. If you have any time understanding Olympic lifts, and wow, these are Fat Bells, this is a clean and jerk, you want to delay bending the elbows until your hips open. Laura has a much smoother pull off the floor this way, and it's penalizing her less because of this. She does a great job at opening her hip all the way and then bending her arms after she shrugs her shoulders to get those bells to her shoulders before she presses.
Magawa and Horvath each have 4 reps remaining, and both of them have taken a break. Horvath first to get back to work. Final 2 for Laura Horvath, and now she gets to move back to the bike for 30 final calories. She has a little more than 3 minutes to track down Emily Rolfe's top time. Alex Gazan has moved in front of Tia Toomey. Gabby Magawa is back onto the bike. Toomey and Gazan. Gazan's in the pink top on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, now in the middle of your screen, who is coming off an event win last night in the 1 rep max deadlift. Won that event with a lift of 425 pounds. Moved herself into 5th place as a result.
This can create a lot of momentum for an athlete like Alex Gazan. Get those Fat Bells onto the mat. That's going to be a standard that she has to do before she advances. But get on that bike and get some momentum going.
Magawa and Horvath need to get to the 111 rep mark. Now Toomey just getting onto the bike.
This is where, Sean, psychologically you got to be strong. You've got to be capable of continuing to stay uncomfortable and build intensity through the finish.
Emma Carey, bottom of your screen, moving to the bike for the final time. Horvath now with 7 calories left. Magawa has 11. And Gazan has moved past Toomey. So right now, it looks like Laura Horvath is going to be your new overall leader with 2 events remaining. Final 3 calories for Laura Horvath, and she's looking to smash Emily Rolfe's top time of 12:16 and pick up her second event win of the Rogue Invitational. Laura Horvath is your new leader with 2 events left. 10:43.99 seconds, and now Gabby McGowan is in. Keep an eye on the race between Alex Gazan and Tia Toomey. Gazan has about a 3-calorie lead on Toomey right now.
You really got to want it. You really got to fight. Every one of these women wants to have success. They really do. Are they willing to suffer? Are they willing to send it here, even when they have nothing left? And if you've ridden an Echo bike, you've been in this situation at some time through your fitness journey. It hurts. It burns. You've got to dig. You think about pushing down in the pedals, pulling with your arms, pressing with your arms. Whatever is most tired, use the opposite body part to try to get the work done as much as you can. Urgency through the finish.
Gazan has 2 calories remaining. She's in the pink top, and she's off. And Alex Gazan is going to work her way across the finish line. And that'll be good enough for 3rd place in the event. Is now Emma Carey is across. This is big for Laura Horvath, as Emma Carey is going to take 4th place in the event. 12:16 is now the 5th best time. Toomey's off. Toomey gets in ahead of Rolfe's time. So Toomey's going to take 5th place in the event, and that's going to be worth 80 points. Laura Horvath should have a 15-point lead on Toomey with 2 events remaining. So Emma Lawson now needs to get in, because Gabby McGowan, the woman directly behind her in the overall standings, has already finished. Lawson is in. She only led McGowan, did Lawson by 20 points. And now Manon Anganese is off, and she's across the finish line. Leaves Spiegel, Kohlenbrander, and Fisher down in lanes 1, 2, and 3 as the final 3 women on the competition field.
Long down, adjusted to the bike. 30 calories.
Lauren Fisher, who is competing with a heavy heart, recently lost her mother, but has had an incredible competition. I think has exceeded a lot of people's expectations coming into this event in 8th place overall.
She's really done a great job of execution. I agree with you there, Sean. She's exceeded what I had expected of her even through this competition. And she's someone that certainly is very easy to root for. We've been rooting for many years. It's great to see her back on the scene at the elite level, competing individually.
Now Danny Spiegel is off, and Spiegel gets across well inside the time cap. Christine Kohlenbrander has 2 calories remaining. Kohlenbrander's done.
Makes it across the line. Right around the 1350 mark. Lauren Fisher. Looking to finish up again.
Lauren Fisher with 4 minutes left to go. Shouldn't be a problem. But Fisher has only had 2 finishes outside the top 10 so far. That will probably change with this result. Best finish was a 7th in the Circus, the event that started yesterday's slate of competition. Laura Horvath is going to get the event win. It's the 2nd of this competition, the 6th of her career at the Rogue Invitational, ties with her 2nd most all-time for women.
5 calories remaining.
Crowd still pushing Lauren to finish these calories here. They might not all be front and center because they're hiding in the covered area of the stadium.
There is a crowd on hand here, but as you said, they're all up on the concourse seeking shelter from the rain here. Now, Lauren Fisher is in, and that'll do it. Laura Horvath edging out training partner and friend Gabby McGowan by 10 seconds. And Laura Horvath will retake the overall lead from Tia Toomey, and she should have a 15-point cushion on the 3-time Rogue Invitational champion.
Yeah, she handled business, Sean. She did exactly what she needed to do. I almost guarantee you she had this one especially marked on her target list there from once all these events got known to the athletes in regards to where she needed to hit a home run, and she did just that.
And this was an event that lined up well for Laura Horvath and her skill set.
Yeah, we talked about it lining up well, and this is why. It included 30 calories on the Echo bike as the rain was pouring down. We knew they were going to have to battle the elements. When they took the field, they'd already watched the previous women go through it. They had to be careful on the lunges. This was one of the pivots from the originally programmed workout. It was supposed to be a barbell. They were going to work through space, but it actually ended up being harder, in my opinion. That's a heavier load when it talks about being unilaterally loaded. And then, of course, she generously made her way up the hill, and then made a little bit of an audible on the way down, decided, hey, for the next 5 yards, I'm just going to take this and slide on the way down. And then on the back half of this event, it was really all Laura. She went unbroken on the lunges. Her clean and jerks are so smooth and effective. Tia had that little bit of a hitch in her clean and jerk, which I think slowed her down, particularly on the front part of the workout. She got that pre-elbow bend. It looked like that unilateral loading, which means one arm at a time, was giving her a little bit of trouble. And then it was the Laura Horvath show on the Echo bike to finish. She knew she had a lead, and she just handled exactly what she needed to do to come across as the leader after this particular event, and of course the winner of this one here.
A second event win for Laura Horvath, 6th of her career at the Invitational, and she is with Kiki Dixon.
Laura, congratulations on your event win. I don't know if you noticed, we had a little weather. How did that affect things out there for you?
To be honest, not really. It was just like nice to get cool, I guess. But the only thing was the grip, like it was slippery, and you had to be cautious on the hill to go up and down. I slipped, not on purpose whatsoever, so it didn't really change much.
We talked earlier in the weekend about as soon as you're done with an event, you're kind of replaying it in your mind, what you would do different. If you got another crack at this, what would you change?
I think I executed pretty good. I was happy. As soon as I saw those kettlebells out on the field, I knew it was my kind of workout, so I think it went very well.
What did you like about those kettlebells specifically?
I just like heavy stuff, you know. They were pretty heavy, so I like them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Laura Horvath will head into the final two events, or at least the next event, as your overall leader as she picks up her second event win here, the 2023 Rogue Invitational. And once again, unofficially, that cushion should be 15 points over Tia Toomey. The women are done. Men coming up next. Remember, head to roguefitness.com/invitational to keep up on everything going on here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Hulk Hands continues when we return to the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Action continues here on the final day of competition at the 2023 Rogue Invitational as the men have taken the field for the first of 2 heats in event number 7, the 7th of 9 events that they will face. It is Hulk Hands presented by Mayhem Athlete. Here are your overall standings coming in. Pat Vellner with a 90-point lead over Jeffrey Adler. Roman Krennikov currently sits in 3rd place, tied in points with Brent Fikowski, and only 35 points separate Krennikov from Noah Olson in 10th. So plenty to be decided here over these final 3 events. Hulk Hands, presented by Mayhem Athlete. Everything is the same except for that front rack lunge.
Yeah, and this is just a lot of work. These athletes are going to start with 30 calories on the Echo Bike. They're going to do 20 fat belt ground to overhead at 70 pounds. The audible that we're calling instead of the 75-foot front rack lunge is to take those fat bells, put them on your shoulders, and do 20 stationary lunges. They're going to run to the hill, take the bag up to the top, run back down, or slide, their option, and then they're going to get back to the 20 lunges and then finish with the ground to overhead before they hop on that Echo Bike one more time.
There'll be 9 men in this first of 2 heats. Ricky Garrard will be in lane number 5, right now 12th place overall. I don't think this is where many people expected him to be at this point in the competition.
I agree with you, Sean. 12th place overall, 50 points out of that podium spot, and still within striking distance with 300 points available today. But Ricky's someone to watch with his high level of work capacity, and we know he's hungry today.
We get started with those 30 calories on the bike. Garrard does have an event win under his belt. He won seat at the bar to kick off Friday morning. But since then, he's had 3 finishes outside of the top 10. Yellow host on the right side of your screen, your early leader on this 30-calorie ride. The rain has subsided a little bit here. I think it's been reduced to just a light sprinkle.
Yeah, it looks very different than that final heat of women we watched just take the field, that's for sure. Much less squinting and closing of the eyes on the Echo Bike to start because there's less water being inflicted in their face. We already notice a pretty glaring difference though between the men and women, and that's that RPMs. Viewers, you can watch how fast their arms are moving front to back. That is equally how fast the pedals are traveling. And we notice quite a significant difference in regards to the tempo that the men are executing with here to begin this event.
Yellow host is just about done. He's on his final calorie and he is off. Now he has those 20 ground to overhead with those 70-pound, 30-kilo fat bells. And he will be the first man to get to work. Now Ricky Garrard and Lazar Jukic move into the dumbbells. Bailey Martin and Tudor Magda.
Here we are again, all the athletes opting to go between the legs with the fat bells. We should notice them hinging at the hip. And what we want to see, folks, is that they're extending that hip as they shrug their shoulder and then bend their arms. So the sooner that we see that elbow bend, if they're doing it before they get that hip all the way open, that's going to be a bit of a fault in the order of operations. We want to see you use speed and larger musculature first before we actually send it off to the smaller muscles. Ricky doing a similar thing that we saw Tia do, bending those elbows just a touch early to get it up to that front rack position.
Yellow Hosta continues to lead here as he is through 44 of the 50 reps up to this point. He's got to do 20 ground to overhead, then it's those 20 reverse lunges. Hosta coming in at 11th place overall, but only 5 points outside the top 10 and only 40 points back of a podium spot.
One of the big focuses here, again, is find the rhythm with these fat bells. We know no athlete was coming out to do these unbroken, and it would be completely unnecessary to do that this early in an event. But it's about holding yourself accountable to how long you're going to rest, stepping back to the fat bell, picking it up, and getting back to work. This is where athletes that are going to excel, particularly in the latter portion of this event, are going to have success. That accountability, get back to work. Even when you're tired, take a couple breaths and get to the next movement.
The athletes will get credit for a rep for every 5 lunges that they complete here. at the 54 rep mark is when they will take off on the run. Yellow Hosta, Dallin Pepper, Bailey Martin, all on the lead pace. Ricky Garrard's up there as well.
All rep for rep here. I don't believe that we're going to see any athletes breaking up the lunges.
Bailey Martin's off first, followed by Lazar Jukic, Hosta, and Dallin Pepper right behind them. Now they have to pull that 125-pound bag to the top of Mater Hill.
Bailey Martin really made up some ground on those lunges. He had a bit of a faster technique by almost like driving his back leg into the grass, utilizing that soft surface as a rebound to stand back to the top, and it paid off for him there.
The rain has stopped, but the temperatures today are much cooler than they were the past couple of days. We're only in the 60s, which is significantly cooler than it has been the past couple of days here. So the athletes getting a break at least from the heat. Yellow Hosta working that thing up the hill along with Jukic and Martin. 125 pounds, 57 kilos on the bag. Ricky Garrard is there as well.
So you'll notice how all the men are taking 2 to 3 steps, then pulling with their arms. This gives the legs a little bit more reprieve. The legs, the quad specifically, and the low back. For one moment as they pull, it is unloaded, which they'll really appreciate. Now, of course, their arms are getting worked as they make that pull, but they will take that as a compromise to let the legs get a little bit of a rest.
Yellow Hosta barreling down the hill, along with Dallin Pepper. The Hosta maintains his lead.
We know that Yellow likes simple and high power output events. That is exactly what he said are his cup of tea. This particular event really mimics a lot of those things. My question with him was, how was he going to respond with the ground to overhead? These are not light fat bells that these athletes are using, and he is tall and very long-limbed. So for him to execute so well with the 70 pounds in each arm with that ground to overhead, it's a really good sign for him that he's been working on the right things when it comes to strength development this offseason.
Hosta and Pepper, the first two men on their second and final set of those 20 reverse lunges. Again, they get a rep for every 5 that they complete. Ricky Garrard has joined them along with Bailey Martin and Lazar Jukic. 5 men on their second set of 20 reverse lunges. Dallin Pepper, 14th place overall coming into this event. Best finish was a 6th yesterday in the duel.
That's right, Dallin's a rookie, but the 5th fittest man on earth this year at the CrossFit Games. Had high expectations coming in. I would say that the way his performances have shaped out would definitely not be what he expected. So I'm excited to see him grinding for a top spot here in this chipper so far.
Victor Hoffer has now picked up those fat bells to start his final set of lunges, and there goes Will Morad on the left side of your screen as Yellow Hosta and Dallin Pepper are onto their ground to overhead. Once they get to the 81 rep mark, along with Ricky Garrard, they will head back to the bike for 30 final calories.
And you'll notice some subtle differences in the technical changes between these athletes. Again, Ricky utilizing a slight elbow bend before his hip gets open. He's using less momentum off the floor to help those things get to the top. This is likely going to test or tax his musculature a little bit more. Dallin Pepper looking more smooth and fluid. Utilizes proper timing, extends the hip, then bends his arm. He's tremendous overhead, so he's got a really great overhead position with those fat bells, which also costs him less energy. It's an efficient position, feels purely locked out at the top. You'll notice Ricky just flashes the lockout at the top so that the judge gives him a good single, but he couldn't actually support those fat bells up there in that position very long.
Dallin Pepper continues to lead. He only has 4 reps remaining before he'll go back to the bike. Yellow Hosta now sits in second. He's on the right side of your screen in that white shirt. And Ricky Garrard and Lazar Jukic are fighting for 3rd right now. 70 pounds, about 32 kilos in each hand. Final couple of reps for Dallin Pepper, and then he will head to the bike. 30 final calories for Dallin Pepper.
And you love to see it. He got to that bike and got immediately to work, put himself in a place of discomfort, but I could tell he had a target there, which means there was an expectation when he got back to the bike, not just, oh, I'm going to feel this out. when he got there, he and his coach probably had some type of discussion on, hey, this is the watts that you have to hit. You got to get there. You got to open with this. And then, of course, you want to try to build as you get closer and closer to that target calorie.
Lazar Jukic got to the bike just ahead of Yella Hossa. Now here comes Ricky Garrard. 4 men on their final 30 calories. First of 2 heats for the men. Dallin Pepper again, 14th place overall with 270 points. He's 80 points back and Noah Olson for 10th. Coming off that great performance at the CrossFit Games back in August. 111 reps is what they need to hit before they get off the bike. And Dallin Pepper's only 5, now 3 reps remaining. 3 calories remaining as Lazar Jukic trying to chase down Ricky Garrard as Dallin Pepper has come across the finish line, and Dallin Pepper will take heat number 1. 9:04.75 seconds for Pepper.
Maybe that gesture was dust the rain off my shoulder.
The 10 calories, or now 9 calories remain for Ricky Garrard.
And there goes Yella. He's sending it on these latter calories here.
Yella Hossa starting to pick up the pace here. And Hossa is off. Garrard will be next. Lazar Jukic looks to be the next man to finish. He has 2 calories remaining.
Lazar rotating back, changing his posture there.
And Jukic is across.
Athletes want to lean forward and be aggressive and push into those handles as much as they can. He would have to rock back so that he could, of course, get as much oxygen as he could. We saw him rotating there for those last 30 calories back and forth between that.
Bailey Martin, Will Morad, and Victor Hoffer are all on the bike, and now Garrett Clark will join them. That leaves Tudor Magda as the only man still going through his ground to overhead with those fat bells. Yella Hossa is going to take 2nd place in this heat after leading early, but Dallin Pepper with a good push late will take the heat. Ricky Garrard's going to finish 3rd, 9:37.23 seconds for him. Still plenty of time left before we hit that 18-minute time cap.
Yeah, the clock is not going to save these men. They've got to be willing to try to make moves on this bike. Every point is going to matter for them. They're going to want to look back no matter where they finish at the conclusion of this week, knowing that they gave their best effort. That's always something that's really important to an athlete, is that no matter where you fare, you want to look back and know that you gave your very best. You can go work, you can go learn, you can clean some things up, but your effort should never be questioned. You got to be willing to sit on this bike and die for every point.
Now Bailey Martin is across. Garrett Clark is cranking away. Victor Hoffer is across. And now Will Morad's coming in. But Garrett Clark on the right side there in lane number 10 is emptying the tank as now Tudor Magda has made his way to the bike. Clark with a couple calories left. Magda just getting started on his 30-calorie ride. And Clark is in. So Tudor Magda, the last man out on the field. And we still have now 6 minutes left before we hit that time cap. So Magda's going to get himself through this.
He'll get him through it. The atmosphere will get him through it. This nice, cool rain will help. And, of course, the crowd here, front and center, supporting even through the elements. And Sean, Tudor is, not that I can put these athletes in the same grouping, but very similar to a Kyra Milligan that we saw finishing up the last event. They're powerhouse athletes, Sean. They're strong. They have done some great things. We've talked about their names. They've got top finishes that, within the top 3 to 4 athletes throughout the course of this weekend. Aerobic development, local muscle stamina, chippers just like this in the longer time domains. Once they get to that 9-minute and beyond time domain, these are things that these athletes are trying to grow in.
Magda coming off that 2nd place performance last night in the max deadlifts where he pulled 595 pounds. So as you mentioned, a very powerful athlete. As Will Morad and Dallin Pepper share a laugh.
With our sport, unlike many other, that's the difficult part, is that when you identify where your strengths are, you've got to then lean into your weaknesses. You've got to train them often. You've got to figure out ways to still get as many points possible and hit home runs when you can on events that present themselves. but also minimize damage control.
Magda is done. And that will close out the opening heat for the men here in event 7, Hulk Hands, as Dallin Pepper sets the early mark to beat at 9:04.75 seconds. Pepper looking for his best finish of this competition. So far, that's a 6th place in the duel yesterday.
And I'll tell you what, out of the gate on this particular event, it was a tight race all the way through. We saw a different style of drag bag from the men than we did with the women, as they used their legs a few steps and then pulled just a little bit with the arms to give their low back and their quads a little bit of reprieve. And we see Yella lead the way as he comes down the hill. Didn't choose to slide, but he certainly used some momentum. A little bit out of control there at the bottom. Dallin Pepper nipping at his heels here. And then that's when we really start to see this transition begin to happen. Pepper makes a hard charge here at the lunge. And then due to his movement efficiency, and really, honestly, a wonderful example of his pacing, he was able to get to those ground to shoulder smoothly with plenty of energy to spare. And he hit a crazy pace on that Echo bike to finish and come across for an event win. Dust that rain off your shoulder, young Dallin Pepper. Fittest American male from last year's CrossFit Games.
9:04.75 seconds for Dallin Pepper. Yella Hosta, 30 seconds behind him. Ricky Garrard comes in next, followed by Jukic and Bailey Martin. The one heat remains here in event 7, Hulk Hands, as our coverage of the 2023 Rogue Invitational continues. We are set for the second and final heat for event 7, Hulk Hands, presented by Mayhem Athlete, as Sunday at the 2023 Rogue Invitational rolls on at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway, and we have Kiki Dixon down there on the field. Here are your standings coming into the day. Pat Vellner has opened up a 90-point lead over Jeff Adler for first place. Roman Krennikov currently occupies third, courtesy of a tiebreak with Brent Fikowski, but he's only 35 points up on Noah Olson in 10th. Event number 7 will go as written, except for the 75-foot front rack lunge to Zeus.
Yeah, the only difference in audible that we're calling there is that they're going to do 20 stationary lunges with those fat bells on their shoulders. Athletes can put them slightly behind, almost like a back rack position, but that is it. You have seen it. The bike, the shoulder overhead, the lunge, and there and back again style.
Lane assignments for this second and final heat. Roman Krennikov, who currently sits in third place overall, will be in lane number 7. And when you looked at this event, I think his name came to the top of your mind.
A lot like Laura Horvath on the women's side, Roman Krennikov immediately jumped into my mind. It's high-level work capacity. This man loves the bike. The fat bells will present no problem for him. I expect a very smooth, efficient movement, almost like a swing into a push press for Roman. And I think he's going to knock this one out of the park. Now, he's not going to be alone. These other guys are going to be dying to fight for every point available, as we've got a close race, just like you mentioned, Sean, though, for the podium all the way through.
We are underway. 30 calories to begin on the Echo bike. The time to beat belongs to Dallin Pepper at 9:04.75 seconds. They mentioned Roman Krennikov. He's coming off a 7th place finish in the max deadlift event. He had lifted 565 pounds. But prior to that, he did not have the best Saturday. He had a 15th and a 13th to go along with that 7th place finish. Now he still has some work to do to hang on to that 3rd place spot. Plenty of men still in contention for the podium.
Also in the mix as well.
Jordan Carl Gumason, Jason Hopper, and Travis Mayer up front here. Krennikov's on that pace as well.
BKG all approaching 20 calories.
Yeah, and a lot of this up until this point, Sean, is the athletes eyeing left to right, pacing just to get started.
If you want to check out the Iron Game Premium stream, you can do it for just $15 today. A lot of fun being had over there. Pat Sherwood and China Cho hosting things. They've had a great group of guests coming through. Check it out, Iron Game Premium. You can go to roguefitness.com/invitational for more information on that. Jordan Carl Gumason is now off the bike, along with everybody else. 30 calories, taking about the same amount of time for all 10 athletes, is now once again the rain starting to pick up.
Oh yeah, here comes the fun, and we see a lot more of the same. Athletes going between the legs, it's a hinge at the hip. They're trying to be as patient as they can. If they're smart with bending that elbow, again, reduce the amount of power that is being taken away by bending your arms early. Right now, again, my eyes on Roman. He's got more of a non-traditional setup as he's actually going outside of the legs. He's opting to go outside of the legs. This allows him to put a little bit more of the onus or pressure on his hips and low back, and he looks smooth. He's utilizing a push press to lock it out at the top.
What are the keys to this event?
Now, I'll tell you, one of the big keys to me is that you got to ride your threshold, you know, and it started with the bike there. We saw all the men kind of pace based off of each other, where it was very equal to start. This means that they didn't want to sprint to try to one-up each other, because it's too early in a test like this to do so, to take that risk. And then this entire race, you've got to find a rhythm, but specifically here at the Fat Belt, this is a unique object that many of the athletes have not touched before, and they're not going to go unbroken. So find a rhythm in how many you're going to do, and in how long you're going to rest when you do put those things down.
There's Jeff Adler, who currently sits in 2nd place overall with 400 points, but he's 90 points back of Pat Vellner, the man on the right side of your screen. Adler coming off a 9th place finish in the max deadlift.
Now you notice that, oh, Pat just going right to it. Oh, Roman the same, you love it. I thought they were loading up for another ground overhead, Sean, and they finished their final clean and jerk, went right to the shoulders for the lunges.
They will get credit for a rep after every 5 repetitions that they complete on these reverse lunges. So at the 54 rep mark, that's when they will take off towards Mater Hill.
And this was the audible we called, folks, with this event so that the athletes didn't have to travel through space with a barbell racked on their body. They get an opportunity just to step back, step forward. It's a bit more controlled, and clearly we're battling against the slickness of the grass out there on the field.
Jeff Adler's not your leader. His reps are being counted one at a time. The reason they're doing that is because this scoring system was set up originally to count from a walking lunge. Roman Krennikov, Olsen, Fikowski, Vellner, they're all towards the front. Krennikov and Vellner are going to be the first 2 men off, along with Fikowski and Noah Olsen. And this is big for Noah Olsen because he's in 10th place, but he still has a very realistic shot of putting himself on the podium. But he's got to get some people between himself and Roman Krennikov. But he is towards the lead here is Noah Olsen. He's in the white shirt and red shorts. They'll get credit for 1 more rep. Once they get to the hill, another rep gets the bag to the top, and then 1 more rep coming back to the fat belt. So 3 reps here on this portion of the event. As Krennikov is in the lead, followed by Vellner, Fikowski, and Hopper right there. Here comes Jeff Adler in the gray tank top.
And we got all the men right now utilizing the same technique from the last heat, except Jason Hopper. He's choosing to keep his arms completely straight, put more of that pressure on his quads and his low back the whole time. The rest of the men are getting a touch of reprieve or rest by reducing the time under tension with that slight pull with their arms and biceps.
Krennikov looks to be the first man to the top, followed closely by Pat Vellner. Fikowski sits in third. Adler's starting to creep up on Fikowski, and Jason Hopper's in that race for 3rd place in the heat as well. And Roman is just going to go ahead and hydroplane his way down the hill. Pat Vellner chooses to stay on his feet, and Vellner is now in the lead.
I love it, and Roman is literally laughing as he hops up. I mean, that was...
Olsen doing the same thing.
It's awesome. Laura said she didn't do it on purpose. It looked like both those guys did.
Roman Krennikov has managed to regain the lead here as he works his way back to the fat bells.
Now this is it, Sean. Did they find a rhythm, and did they create one? This is going to be the tell-all. They're going to get through these lunges. They're going to be unbroken. And now the question is, how do the latter 20 ground to overhead go for these athletes? We watched something unique from Roman, so let's keep our eye on that. He's using outside of the legs. He's touching the fat bells to the outside of his feet. Everyone else is going inside, and we'll see if that change in strategy creates an advantage for him.
4 scored reps here. At the 61 rep mark is when they will start those ground to overhead, and then we'll get back to 1 rep for 1 scored rep. There is Noah Olsen, who currently sits in 5th place in the heat. Red shorts. Krennikov puts the fat bells down. He'll get to work on his 20 ground to overhead.
Roman took approximately about 11 to 12 seconds there before he got a rep of the clean and jerks done. So not a long time, didn't really waste, didn't take his time to dry his hands or chalk.
Roman going on the outside here. We haven't seen this.
Right, yeah, and that was something that I mentioned earlier a couple times. And watch, I love how smooth it is for him. It's a transition. He starts narrow, touches the kettlebells or the fat bells, and then he steps laterally in order to set up for an appropriate push press overhead. He's looking smooth. He's actually linking bigger sets than we've seen any athlete do thus far in the event, both men and women.
Jason Hopper currently sits in 2nd place.
Now the advantage to what Roman's doing is it really does create a bit more of a stretch reflex. What I mean by that is his chest drops even lower towards the ground than a lot of these other athletes, but it does take out the muscles under your thighs, the adductors, which are already under a tremendous amount of fatigue from everything else, including the lunge that these athletes just did. I think this is a wise choice from Roman.
You see the race to the podium in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. Pat Vellner with a 90-point lead, relatively safe to at least get a spot in the top 3. But Adler and Krennikov still have a ton of work to do because Jason Hopper, he's only 25 points back at Adler for 2nd place as Roman Krennikov is now done, moving back to the bike for 30 final calories. Krennikov looking to pick up his 2nd event win of the competition. 9:04.75 seconds from Dallin Pepper is the time to beat, but anytime you get Roman Krennikov on a bike, that guy's going to be hard to catch.
See ya. See ya. I wish it on the back of his shirt, that's what it said. See you later. Because that's exactly what these athletes can be in store for. You're going to get head-to-head against Roman, and you're going to lose on an erg like this. He's got tremendous amount of mental fortitude, and he's got the power and capacity to go with it. So he's sitting there on that bike knowing that he's got it locked up for where he wants to finish.
Jason Hopper is now the second man to the bike right next to Krennikov. Hopper in second place. 81 reps is what they're going to hit here before they move to the bike. So Fikowski, Adler, and Vellner looking to be the next men to this final portion of the event, and it is going to be Brent Fikowski, followed by Travis Mayer. And now Vellner is moving up.
This is where it starts to get a little sticky. You see Hopper's body position change. He leans forward. He's picking up the pace tremendously. Roman still keeping a high rate of RPMs, but he remains in a very consistent stature. This guy owns the Echo bike when it comes to posture.
That's Jeff Adler who made it to the bike. It was not Travis Mayer. Mayer now getting there as Krennikov is off. And Roman Krennikov is not going to win the event. That will go to Dallin Pepper. But that might be good enough for second place and 95 points for Krennikov. Now Jason Hopper is off. Hopper will take second place in the heat. Chandler Smith in the blue shirt. He's going to be the last man to the bike. Smith coming off that event win last night that moved him up to sixth place overall. He won the event with a lift of 605, and then he kept 610 pounds on the barbell and decided to put on a show for the crowd as Jeff Adler is across. Adler's going to take third place. Vellner and Fikowski are in. I think Fikowski beat Vellner across, but not by much. A little more than a second or less than a second between Fikowski and Vellner. Travis Mayer is now your leader on the field. He's off, and Mayer is in.
BKG with 3 more calories to go. 4 more calories to go for Noah Olson.
Noah Olson, far side of the field, trying to get through this bike as Gudmundsson is off just ahead of him. And Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson beats Noah Olson in that race. Chandler Smith, what an effort for him as he gets across. He was the last man to the bike, but manages to beat Jay Crouch across the finish. Dallin Pepper's going to get the event win.
Wow.
Roman Krennikov's going to take maybe second place.
Great execution there by Dallin Pepper to be in Heat 1 and still take an event win. That is big time. And you know what? That's when it's like, oh man, I'd love to see Dallin and Roman go head to head at this and really get to see who would, because would that have pushed Roman just a touch more on the bike, or would he have done his transitions faster? All those things are things that you wonder, but that's, man, great execution by Dallin. Roman did exactly what he needed to do there to win that heat.
Well, assuming no one gets between Hopper and Adler, Roman Krennikov, at worst, is only going to trail Adler by 5 points now for second place overall. Pat Vellner's lead is going to shrink, but he still is in good position on top of the overall standings.
Yeah, and when we look back at this particular event, Roman led pretty much the entire way until he decided to have a little fun instead of taking it so serious down the hill. Hey, I'm here to have a good time. I know what I'm here to do. Pat Vellner was like, nah, I'm seizing this opportunity. I'm going to stay on my feet and just run by. But Roman knew what he was doing. He paced this thing appropriately. He did something that none of the other competitors through the entire field, both men and women, have done, which is these clean and jerks outside of his legs. And it paid off for him. It allowed him to be efficient. And we knew that a lot of time was going to be spent on the Echo bike. And let me tell you, there's no one better in our sport on an Echo bike than Roman Krennikov on the men's side. And once he got there and was the first one there, he knew exactly what he needed to do to keep a pace to win. I don't know if he had Dallin Pepper's time in the back of his head, but if he did, Dallin Pepper put up a heck of a fight to keep the win for the event overall, but Roman got a heat win right there.
Heat win for Roman Krennikov. He'll take second, so that's 95 points. Well, Pat Vellner is going to take ninth. So that 90-point lead is going to get much smaller, although Vellner will still be the overall leader. Jason Hopper is going to take third, followed by Yella Hosta and Ricky Garrard. Send it down to Kiki Dixon.
Roman, you just picked up quite a lot of points for that leaderboard. We saw you coming down the hill, having a grand old time. Was it as fun as it looked?
Да, было весело. Лаура Хорвард мне сказала, говорит, поднимешься и обратно спускайся, говорит, как с горки. Я говорю, ты шутишь? Она говорит, нет, прям спускайся. Ну, я решил попробовать.
Yeah, it was thanks to Laura Horvath, it was a lot of fun. She told them right before the event, when you get up there, just go down like a kid, just slide. And he decided to try it. He was like, for real? He's like, yeah. And then he decided to give it a try, so it was fun. Thanks.
It certainly worked out. You just completed your 7th event. What's going to get a little bit more attention in recovery right now?
Покручу немного байк, поем, полежу, отдохну. В принципе, никакого секрета.
No secrets here. Everything is very simple. He's going to bike, he's going to eat, he's going to rest.
Keep it simple. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, guys.
Roman Khrennikov wins his heat. He'll take second place in the event, but it's Dallin Pepper who picks up the win, as we have yet to have a man win 2 events here at the Rogue Invitational. The Dallin Pepper looks to move his way up the overall standings. 2 events remain here, so stay with us, everybody. Be sure to go to roguefitness.com/invitational. Keep up with everything going on with the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Stay with us as our coverage continues here from Round Rock, Texas, and Dell Diamond Stadium.
The 2023 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. Go Ruck. We build the world's toughest gear. And Yeti. Built for the wild.
2 events remain here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational as we are getting closer to crowning champions of the CrossFit competition at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon is down on the field. Event number 8, it's Big Cat, presented by Tier, and the theme of today is going to be flexibility in dealing with changes, and we've had some changes to this event as well.
Yeah, we have. We've had to call some audibles. The event that we're looking at for Big Cat, as it stands, is going to be 5 rounds of 6 box jumps at 36 inches for these women. Then they're going to handstand walk, and it must be unbroken for 50 feet. They're going to run to a dummy at the base of the hill, then return all the way back and move the marker each round that is out in front of their box that they're going to be jumping onto to let us know what round they're in.
First of 2 heats for the women. Danielle Brandon taking the floor. She's going to be in lane number 7, and anytime you add a handstand walk to anything, she's going to be an athlete to watch.
There's no doubt about it, Sean. She historically is the best athlete inverted in our sport to date, so I expect her to be able to make some moves there. 5 rounds, 50 feet unbroken. She's going to attack it confidently, and I think it'll play out very well for her at the end of this event.
Danielle Brandon coming into this event in 12th place overall, finished 8th in the prior event. She has 355 points. She's only 20 points out of a spot inside the top 10.
Add in, she's also got that track and field background at Sacramento State, as we mentioned yesterday, going into that sprint event. And I think these plyometrics, these box jumps, should be something that she does very well also.
What are the keys of this event?
Well, I'll tell you, the keys to having success here is going to be that accuracy matters. That box jump is a bit of an unfamiliar height. Athletes have to tuck their knees up and land there softly. And then when we think about the accuracy of the handstand walk, it's got to be unbroken, so there's a little bit of internal pressure there, knowing that you're doing it on grass, and it's a little bit slick. And then, of course, on those jumps, jump and tuck, your ability to spend as little time on the floor as possible is going to allow you to have great success in this event. And if you got to stand around and wait for your legs to re-energize completely, it's going to take too long.
There's Emily Rolfe coming off a 6th place finish earlier today in Hulk Hands. Saw her win, I should say, the first heat.
Emily being one of the taller athletes in the field, also this movement here with the 36-inch box jumps could be a highlight for her.
Here we go.
The athletes are not going to be allowed to touch the box with their hands on the way up, but they are able to touch their hands to the box on the way down.
36 inches, it's a little less than a meter for these women. They'll do 6 reps, and then the handstand walk unbroken, 50 feet. There's 2 lines out there that they have to traverse. If they kick down, they have to go back to the beginning. And no shock, Danielle Brandon is out front early.
Yeah, and she was just in straight up attack mode, to be honest, right out of the gate in all blue as she's already run into that dummy to run around it. She was very aggressive on the box jumps, but what's most important is that she was accurate. There were no slips, there were no falls. She didn't hesitate, and if she can have clean runs like that, she's going to continue to lead the pack here.
Elena Karatala-Sanahuya is through. Flores is through. They're going to make them handstand walk every time they get back to that line.
And that's really going to accumulate through 5 rounds. These athletes are going to walk more than a football field. 50 feet out, 50 feet back, that's 100 feet every round for 5 rounds. It's going to really continue to accumulate in the upper body here. This lends even more of an advantage to an athlete like Danielle Brandon.
They have to move their chest piece, as you said, Adrian, every round. Now we are into round 2 for the leaders. Danielle Brandon going through her 6 reps, and she is done. It's 10 reps per round, 5 rounds here, 9-minute time cap, 50 scored reps total.
Now the standard is for the handstand walk, folks, that the athletes don't have to start with their hands behind the line. It's important to understand this. Their feet have to come to the line, and then their hands need to start on the other side of the line anywhere. So when you think about athletes kicking up, it's advantageous for them to almost lunge into that first handstand walk with the hands making contact to the ground to minimize the distance that they actually have to go.
Brandon has made the turn, and now she's back to her 50-foot handstand walk to close out her second of 5 rounds.
Danielle already creating a really comfortable cushion against the other women in this particular heat, but that's not what it's about for her. She wants to capitalize as many points as she can, Sean, especially on a day like today, the final day of competition. What you want to do is try to find yourself in the top 10 going into the final event so that you get to rub shoulders and be right there with the top athletes going into the final.
Danielle Brandon continues to lead. Ariel Lowen is behind her, followed by Paige Powers. Now 6 more box jumps, 36 inches. See Powers running by. Paige Powers, 16th place overall. She drags her chest piece to the next round. Lowen there as well. Ariel Lowen, 9th place right now. So cracking the top 10 after a 10th place finish in the prior event.
Danielle switching up her strategy a little bit. Her legs were static. She broke at the knee the entire time, but now she's letting her heels be a bit active. You wonder, does that help her carry forward with more momentum in some of this handstand walking, potentially reduce the time under tension there?
Danielle Brandon starting to open up a lead here. Lowen and Powers behind her, and Shelby Neal, another athlete to watch. Although Shelby Neal is one of the shorter athletes in the field, so these box jumps are going to take Shelby Neal a little bit of time, as Danielle Brandon is now done with her handstand walk. There is Shelby Neal.
And you can see her jumps are just a little bit more labored. Of course, being a shorter athlete, her hip height is much lower than that 36 inches at the base of the box. So she's literally got to go through more vertical displacement. She's got to jump higher inch for inch than the taller athletes in the field.
There's Ariel Lowen, who currently sits in 2nd place in this heat behind Danielle Brandon, but Brandon is already on to her 4th round of box jumps here. Here comes Ariel Lowen. Now Paige Powers on the right side of your screen, who's in 3rd place in this heat. 3 women into round 4. Brandon was first, Lowen was second, Powers was 3rd.
This is one of those events, Sean, that's a bit of an outlier. There's no loading whatsoever. We see the box jump. We categorize that as a bit of a gymnastics movement, moving our body through space. And then, of course, the handstand walk is something we know a bit more about, but it's important for these women to really do their very best any moment they can, because you never know what's going to happen. Even in the next heat, this is not a guarantee.
Paige Semenza has been able to break these up, so it doesn't look like they're making them go unbroken, as evidenced by what we're seeing right now. It doesn't matter for Danielle Brandon because she is just way out in front. She'll be entering her 5th and final round. Danielle Brandon, best finish was a 5th in the duel yesterday. Trying to work her way into the top 10 with 1 event remaining.
Yeah, and she's really going for 100 points here on this one, Sean. She's trying to capitalize as much as she can. And it's certainly an event. If she was being pushed by another athlete, I bet she could even go faster, but she's staying with as much urgency as possible as we watch Ariel Lowen and Paige Powers they're starting to go rep for rep here.
Paige Powers is creeping up on Lowen. The 2 of them moving the chest piece for the final time as Danielle Brandon is done with her box jumps and is way out in front here. 9-minute time cap in this event. 50 total scored repetitions, so Danielle Brandon is just about done. She'll go out and around, 1 more handstand walk, and then across the finish line. She looks to win the heat here.
It just looks like it's like how easy I walk on my legs. It looks like it costs her no energy, no focus, just upside down for a while. Oh, you want me to stop there? Cool, got it. No
Brandon is through, and Danielle Brandon will come across the finish line and win heat number 1 with a blistering time. 6:52.39 seconds for Danielle Brandon. And now the battle for second is between Paige Powers and Ariel Lowen. Powers has taken the lead from Lowen as Powers is to her final handstand walk first. Here comes Ariel Lowen. Powers is down, and now the sprint to the finish. So Paige Powers with a great effort late to overtake Ariel Lowen, and Powers is going to take second in the heat. Now Lowen is done. 7:28.65 seconds for Powers. And Lowen is across with less than 90 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
And I'll tell you, Sean, that's great to see from Paige Powers. It's kind of something, you know, I've been waiting to see from her through the course of this weekend. I want to see her step up and seize the moment against going head-to-head with a veteran and such a fit woman as Ariel Lowen is. I wondered, would Paige rise to the occasion and compete with her down the stretch? And she did just that. It was a great way to watch her seize the moment there to finish up Big Cat.
A minute to go now as Shelby Neal looking to be the next woman across the finish line. She's got to complete this handstand walk as Paige Semenza has just finished round 4.
You know, I really like this event for Paige Semenza. I saw those box jumps and I was like, oh, she's fast, she's explosive. But it seems like that handstand walk has created a bit of an obstacle for her.
Shelby Neal is done, and Shelby Neal will get in inside that 9-minute time cap. (8:34.51 seconds). Kyra Milligan dragging her chest piece into the final box as Bethany Flores is coming across the finish line. Flores will have a couple seconds to spare as she gets in inside the 9-minute time cap. Now Elena Karatala and Karin Freyova are in a foot race. Freyova trying to track down Karatala, just running out of real estate. And that's the time cap. So not sure if Freyova and Karatala were able to make it inside of that time, but Danielle Brandon had no problem. 6:52.39 seconds to set the time to beat heading into heat number 2.
And that is going to be a tough time to beat, even for the women that are coming out in this second heat, because she stayed on the gas pedal the entire time. We talked about you needing to be accurate. Well, she did that at every element. We talked about needing to jump and tuck, and she did that right out of the gate. She set a blistering pace even on the box jumps early, using her hands to descend in a very smart way to reduce the bounding, keep her heart rate low, and it didn't really matter for the handstand walking, honestly, for Danielle. She is so proficient upside down. Look at the things that she does well. Arms are completely locked out. She stays stacked. She bends her knees when she wants, and she said, give me more. I like more of that, to take Big Cat all the way for the top spot, and that's going to be a tough time to beat.
Danielle Brandon, 6:52.39 seconds, the only woman to go sub-7 as 5 women get inside that 9-minute time cap. Freyova and Karatala Sanahuyu just unable to get there. They were close, though. Emily Rolfe is going to take 8th, followed by Semenza and Kyra Milligan. Second and final heat coming up next as they get the field reset. Athletes are already out before they take their positions. Here are the overall standings with 2 events remaining. Laura Horvath now has a 15-point lead over Tia Toomey. Gabby Magawa sits in 3rd now, but Emma Lawson is just 5 points back. Alex Gazan is 25 points back. 3 women in a battle for the 3rd spot on the podium. And there's our overall leader, Laura Horvath.
And I don't imagine she has any problems with any of these 3 movements either. So she's got to be excited about the event that's looming here. And I feel we can put Tia in that same boat.
Tia Toomey has 2 event wins. Laura Horvath has 2 event wins. And each of them has 1 finish outside of the top 10 coming into this event. Adrian Keys here.
Yeah, the keys are accuracy matters, and that includes the box jump and the handstand walk. And it's a lot of volume of upside down, so you've got to have confidence there, making sure you're handling business the way that you can. And jump and tuck on those box jumps. We saw someone with an athletic background like track and field, Danielle Brandon, in the last heat have great success. We're going to see. We know that that's in the back pocket there for Tia Claire Toomey. That could be something that she excels at as well. Gets off to a fast pace and might get an early lead coming right off those boxes.
There is Emma Lawson, who fell 1 spot after the last event. from third down to fourth, but only 5 points back at Gabby McGowan for third place. Alex Gazan in the gray shorts in the middle of your screen. She is also in that fight for third place. First of 5 rounds starts with those 6 box jumps at 36 inches. Again, just about less than a meter that they're having to vault here.
Now, there's one difference already. Tia-Clair Toomey is not putting her hands on the box. She literally jumped straight down, and that gained her just a couple seconds of an advantage here to come away from the box early.
It's Toomey, Lawson, and Horvath, the first 3 women to the first handstand walk. Toomey is out front here looking to make up a 15-point deficit on Horvath for the top spot in the overall standings. Toomey is through.
And again, there's a lot of time that can be lost in these transitions. If you're confident upside down, you've got to keep your foot on the gas pedal even on this dummy run.
Emma Lawson is even with Horvath and McGowan. Lawson looking to finish ahead of McGowan to try to get back inside the top 3 as Tia Toomey leads early here at the end of round number 1.
And Tia looking strong upside down, and you wonder, historically, Tia knowing Laura might have some weakness with inverted movements. Is this an opportunity for her to make up some points? You certainly like the chances for the champ to capitalize and close the gap there on the leader here a little bit in this event.
Toomey into round 2, Horvath into round 2, McGowan and Lawson right behind her, and Alex Gazan is there as well. Christine Collenbrander very tight here.
And here it is, more of the same. Tia using no hands on the descent. Watch how it takes Laura about a half a second longer to bend over, put her hands down, and then drop down. And Tia makes up that time for every repetition. And that's going to add up throughout these 5 rounds.
Toomey off now on her second round handstand walk. Here come Horvath and Lawson. So Lawson right now ahead of McGowan. McGowan's in the brown pants, right side of your screen. And Emma Carey is there as well. She's on the upper part of your screen now in the all black. Toomey has already made the turn on her run. Tia Toomey starting to open up a little bit of a lead here in the second of these 5 rounds. 50 total scored repetitions, and the time to beat 6:52.39 seconds from Danielle Brandon.
Yeah, and again, when we watch women do something like this, Sean, 50 feet consecutively, unbroken handstand walk, you're like, wow, it looks so easy. Folks, it's not easy. And it's not easy for anyone that's completely fresh, and these women are not fresh. This is event number 8 of 4 days of competition. They have been through the ringer, and yet they continue to move with such proficiency, and they train at such high volumes and at such a professional level that they do make it look easy. But don't be mistaken, it's not easy.
Toomey into round 3 along with Horvath and now Gabby McGowan. And Emma Lawson moving her chest piece as well. Lawson on the bottom right part of your screen. She's got to really be focused on Gabby McGowan, who's on the left in those brown pants. That's the battle for third place right now. Lawson trailing McGowan by just 5 points in the overall standings. Lawson coming off a 7th place finish earlier today in Hulk Hands. She's only had 1 finish outside of the top 10.
Yeah, she's been very consistent, which is something that we've noticed from Emma as she's even stepped on the scene just a couple years ago. And she's in a great position right now. She's going to be within striking distance of even being able to potentially close the gap on Laura here as we get into these deeper rounds. We'll see if Laura's able to sustain the threshold pace that she's at right now.
Tia Toomey still in the lead as she's making her return trip on this 3rd round. Laura Horvath just took off on the run. There's Toomey working her way back. Lawson is now slightly ahead of McGowan. And Emma Carey is starting to move up as well. Emma Carey pushing Laura Horvath for 2nd place in the heat right now. There goes Horvath trying to catch up with Tia Toomey. Toomey has moved her chest piece, and she is into round 4 now. 6 more box jumps at 36 inches for the 3-time Rogue Invitational champion, 6-time fittest woman on earth. There is Emma Carey. And Carey in 6th place overall, 425 points, 65 points back of Gabby McGowan.
Yep, so that podium still a very realistic threat for Emma Carey. She has an opportunity to get there with this and one more scored event left to go. And I know that she's got that in the back of her mind. She can walk on her hands as fast as anyone in the field. So I'm sure that's where she's been able to make up a lot of her ground. As we saw, the box jump for Emma Carey is something that was still taking her a bit of time. She's one of the shorter athletes in the field.
Laura Horvath is still in second place now. Emma Carey is in third. Toomey has made the turn on the run here as Laura Horvath closes out her first handstand walk. Toomey will handstand walk her way back. Emma Carey on the right side.
Yeah, and that's where you saw step for step. She's a little bit quicker on her hands, and that's where she's able to close the gap on Laura a little bit each round. Laura still looking like she's in control, though, there with that second spot for now.
Carey has now just made the turn on the run. Emma Lawson is ahead of Gabby McGowan as well. So keep an eye on that race as Tia Toomey will head into her fifth and final round. 6:52.39 seconds. That's the time to beat for Danielle Brandon in heat number 1. Final round now for Toomey. Laura Horvath coming back to move her chess piece. Almost runs into a camera person on the way back. Now Horvath heading back to the box to join Tia Toomey, who just has 1 rep remaining. So Toomey's done.
This is also where we see how much urgency Tia has to finish to try to beat Daniel's already set time at 6:52.
Emma Lawson is now onto her box jumps, and Emma Carey, will keep an eye on her. She's on the far side of the field in lane 10. Laura Horvath takes off. Emma Carey is on her last box jump, so Carey now in third place. But what's important for Emma Lawson is that she is leading Gabby McGowan. That's the fight for third place right now, as Tia Toomey's on her way back, and Danielle Brandon's going to win this event. She was the only woman to go sub-7. Some of the times from heat 1 starting to be a factor here, but Toomey doing all she can here in this heat, leading Laura Horvath as she tries to cut into that 15-point lead that Horvath has right now for the top spot in the overall standings. Toomey is done, and Tia Toomey will get across the finish line and take heat number 2. Now the question is, how many points will she pick up in the process? Laura Horvath looking to be the next woman to finish. As Manon Anganese is now going to move her chess piece. She's into round number 5. Here comes Laura Horvath and Emma Carey. And Emma Carey has passed Horvath. This is going to be close. Horvath may have edged her out. And she does by 0.2 of a second, and that is big. As now Emma Lawson is in ahead of Gabby McGowan. But remember, we still have times from that first heat that are going to affect things here. And here comes Gabby McGowan with less than a minute to go. Horvath may have saved herself 5 huge points as she tries to hold off Tia Toomey heading into the final event. There's Manon Anganese going through her final round of box jumps. Danny Spiegel is now working her way to the finish line. There goes Danny. 30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap as Spiegel comes across the finish. Lauren Fisher just about done. Alex Gazan is done. Gazan was trying to battle with Lawson and McGowan for 3rd place overall. She's going to fall back in that battle. And that will be the time cap. Tia Toomey will win the heat as Lauren Fisher is still on the field, but she will not win the event. The question now is, how many points did she pick up on Laura Horvath as we head into the final event of the competition?
Woo-wee, it's getting exciting, and we're going to have to see that when these points get all tabulated and official, of course. But Tia did exactly what she needed to do in order to create a little bit of a less cushion there for Horvath as the leader. And it was Tia right out of the gate. She did tremendous on the box jumps. She was smooth and fluid on the handstand walk, and this is the separator here between her and Danielle Brandon. Danielle Brandon just with more speed, covering more ground every time she put her hands on the ground. But Tia leading the way in the charge all the way through, going unbroken on each and every handstand walk on the jumps. She chose just a different strategy. No hands to the box. She was going to free fall to the floor every time and quickly jump and tuck her way back onto the box. And she was in control this entire event. And then, of course, the finish and the cheer for the crowd. She's got to be pumped about that.
Here are your event results. Danielle Brandon picks up the win, her first of the competition. First Rogue Invitational win of her career. Danielle Brandon with those 100 points, moving her up the overall standings. Tia Toomey, well, this is big. Looks like she has erased that deficit, taking second place and earning 95 points. And we could have a tie atop the overall standings as Laura Horvath comes in fifth place. But that is unofficial. But Kiki Dixon is with Tia Toomey.
Tia, you just picked up 95 points for this particular event. With this event in total, you handstand walked the length of a football field. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being fire, what was that like for your upper body?
I don't know. I wouldn't say it was that hard in the upper body. Maybe because throughout the weekend we've just been doing a lot of lower body stuff, and so I think everyone's thinking about their posterior.
So maybe a nice little break here. Yeah. I noticed that on your box jumps, you opted to not put your hands on them. Why?
Because it wasn't as high as what I know I'm capable of going. So it was a pretty decent height, and yeah, I just didn't need to.
With one more event to go, are you feeling any pressure, and why or why not?
You know, there's always pressure when you compete because it matters, right? You know, we're all here to win, and pressure's good. This is what we compete, and I think that's why everyone's so competitive, because the pressure, the adrenaline, all the emotions that we all feel competing just adds to the experience. And we don't know what is ahead of us, but I'm ready for a dogfight, and let's bring it on.
Excellent. Thank you, Tia.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Tia Toomey with a second place finish, 95 points, and it may be winner take all in the ninth and final event.
That response to that question just fired me up, Sean. I mean, I was up here, we're in this nice, warm, cozy booth. I was like, that got me some adrenaline pumping from me.
Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath. And this is big for Horvath because this is why she may be tied. Look at how close it was between her and Emma Carey there at the end. Horvath by less than a second ahead of Emma Carey. But that can be the difference between a tie and a 5-point deficit going into the final event for Laura Horvath. And now the men are set. And we will make a quick transition now as the men will take over here for their 8th event. Big Cat, presented by Tier. Lane assignments for the opening heat. Dallin Pepper will be in lane number 4, and he's coming off that event win.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling good, ready to attack, of course, Sean. And he's got a wide athletic background, baseball and football in high school. So these box jumps in this run aren't going to present any problem for him.
Dallin Pepper moving up to 13th place overall, courtesy of those 100 points. Box jump height moving to 42 inches here, and everything else will remain the same for the men. There's Yella Hosta, who shouldn't have much trouble with this height.
Yeah, no problem for Yella. You'll notice all of the men right now immediately using a step-back method. Folks, when we're watching this, they're loading their body and creating some forward momentum so that jump's just a little bit easier. It taxes their legs just a touch less, but of course it slows the cycle rate.
Victor Hoffer and Tudor Magda, who are out front here. 10 reps per round. And Tudor Magda's a guy who's extremely fast on his hands. You see Ricky Garrard getting through. Magda making the turn in the blue shirt. And he will kick back up, and watch how fast he can move on his hands.
Yeah, he really has a unique ability to transfer that same momentum as he kicks up on his legs with no pause to allow that to literally traject him forward on his hands, and he's known for doing exactly what you're saying, Sean.
Victor Hoffer is your leader, moving his chess piece into round number 2. Here comes Tudor Magda. Victor Hoffer, 18th place overall. Best finish was a 3rd in event 4.
And Hoffer, another one of those athletes, didn't choose to take any deadlifts last night. Addressed the bar and just kind of bowed out.
And he is off as Victor Hoffer. Tudor Magda with 1 rep to go, and he'll head back to the handstand walk. Victor Hoffer, one of those athletes on the rise on the men's side of the competition, making his first appearance at the Rogue Invitational. It's Bailey Martin and Tudor Magda right behind him. Ricky Garrard is there in the background as well in the black shirt. Magda's through. Here's Victor Hoffer, left side of your screen, who's getting set to close out round number 2. First of 2 heats for the men here. The 8th of 9 events that they will face here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. And now Hoffer is into round 3.
And we watched Hoffer excel in 10th inning yesterday. We wondered and we discussed a little bit, hey, is this too much of an aggressive pace for Victor? Can he hold on to this? He was able to hang on for sure. So with this being, 2 rounds, him beginning his 3rd into 5, he looks composed, he looks under control. We know that he prefers gymnastics movements, so he really likes that handstand walk as the meat and potatoes here of this event. So I'm sure that has to do with his aggressive pace that he set. We'll see if he can hold on.
Tudor Magda is still in 2nd place. Garrard and Martin tied for 3rd, as Magda has a couple of reps remaining here on the box jump. There is Dallin Pepper, who won the last event. This is his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. We have yet to have a repeat winner of an event here for the men at the Invitational.
Victor Hoffer in first, Magda in second.
Victor Hoffer is opening up a lead as Tudor Magda in the background is the man in 2nd place. He's now just finished his handstand walk here in round 3. Hoffer getting set to move himself into round 4. There's Yellow Hosta starting his handstand walk in round 3. Hoffer is your leader, and now back to the chess piece goes Victor Hoffer. Tudor Magda is on his final handstand walk here in round 3. Magda going into round 4 after this as Victor Hoffer has just moved his chess piece. Hoffer into round 4. 50 total scored reps here, 9-minute time cap. Tudor Magda 15th place overall. Best performance again was the max rep deadlift, 595 pounds last night to take 2nd place.
Yeah, great performance there by Tudor last night. And this event kind of presents itself in his wheelhouse. Again, a little bit of a shorter time domain, more explosive-based movements with the skill set in the inverted portion of the handstand walk that we know he thrives in.
Tudor Magda, right side of your screen, is now done with his 4th round of box jumps, but Victor Hoffer, no shirt and the gray shorts, now rounding the pylon as he makes his return trip in round 4. He's got a pretty huge lead here. He's going to be tough to catch.
Yeah, Hoffer with a gymnastics background, utilizing a very similar execution to the way we've seen other athletes do it. Slight bend in the knees in order to keep his center of mass over his shoulders. Folks might say, well, if Hoffer's got a gymnastics background, why doesn't he walk with his legs straight like a pencil? Why doesn't his body look like it's all connected in one unit? Well, these athletes know the direction they're going. They're not going to stop. They're not pivoting. They're not pirouetting. they're literally just moving forward through space for time. You want to create as much leverage as you can as you walk on your hands forward. That break at the knee allows them to almost be pulled forward by gravity and the weight of their heels so that they can keep the speed that they've set.
Final round for Victor Hoffer as Tudor Magda is getting set to move his chess piece to begin round number 5. Fifth and final round here. Dallin Pepper has moved up as well. Pepper is getting close to Magda here for second place in the heat. Ricky Garrard sits in fourth. He separated himself from Bailey Martin as Victor Hoffer is now done with his final set of box jumps. Tudor Magda working on his final set as well. And he is done, and off goes Tudor Magda. Hoffer just completed his handstand walk, and he's making the run to the pylon at the bottom of the hill. One final handstand walk for Victor Hoffer, and this should not be much of a problem for him. And then he's got to get himself across the finish line. See if he can do it inside 7 minutes. He's going to have to put on a pretty good sprint to get there. But Victor Hoffer is going to take heat number 1, and he was never even challenged. Victor Hoffer is in, and he sets the time to beat at 7:01.41 seconds.
Here comes Tudor.
Now Tudor Magda will take second. 7:18.36 seconds for him, and Dallin Pepper working his way across the finish line. Ricky Garrard will come across in fourth. Waiting on times for Pepper and Garrard, but we do know the best time, Victor Hoffer, 7:01.41. Lazar Dukic is in. Now here comes Bailey Martin.
And we have yet to see anyone who started with the lead relent it to anyone else, Sean. These athletes who know that they can excel at this handstand walk portion specifically, I think, really get after that first round of box jumps, and they don't let up. They don't let anyone else even come to contend.
There is Yellow Hosta. Got to finish up his handstand walk. And Hosta is going to get in with time to spare. We still have 2 men out there on the field. Garrett Clark and Will Morad. 30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Clark is going to be able to get in inside of that. Will Morad's just about done as well, but Morad's probably going to run out of time here.
Great effort, great fight there by Garrett Clark, we were discussing last night. He's hardly got any skin left on one of his hands.
Morad's going to give it a go, and he may sneak in. Not sure if he made it in time. Doesn't look like it, but it was close for Will Morad. It was not close for Victor Hoffer. He cruised to a heat win, 7:01.41 seconds for the Frenchman.
Victor Cruz, he came out aggressive, stayed aggressive, ran his race, stayed under threshold the whole time.
Now 1 heat remains, and Victor Hoffer will wait and see if that result will be good enough to get him 100 points.
Yeah, and he was smooth from beginning to end, and it started with his box jumps. He chose to not use hands on the way down, similar to what we saw Tia do. And then the handstand walk is ultimately where he had the capacity to really take control of this event. And I don't think he slowed down the entire time. It was a very steady walk each time. He hit the dummy with a jog. And then, of course, he had that great feeling of coming across for at least the heat win. We'll see if his time holds up at 7:01.41 to lead as we watch the men get ready to take the field here for heat number 2.
Victor Hoffer does have 2 finishes of 5th or better, but everything after that is 16th or worse, so hoping to right the ship here in event number 8. Here are your overall standings after 7. Pat Vellner saw his 90-point lead shrink to 70 points as Roman Krennikov leapfrogs Jeff Adler now. Adler just 5 points back. Hopper and Fikowski and Hosta all still alive, as is Travis Mayer for a spot on the podium with 2 events remaining here. And the overall leaders will be out on the field for the second and final heat of Big Cat. Pat Vellner in lane 6, looking to repeat as Invitational champion. He won this competition back in 2020. He's the only former champion in the field, and Roman Krennikov looking to keep himself on the podium.
Yeah, Roman's focused, and he had a great start to the day. And now we're going to see how he manages the handstand walking here. I don't think the box jumps will present any problem. High volume handstand walking versus some of these great men in this field could be tough for Roman, but we'll see how it plays out.
There is Jeff Adler, who right now sits in 3rd place overall, just 5 points back of Krennikov. Final heat is underway. Victor Hoffer has your top time, 7:01.41 seconds. And there just really is not a lot of opportunity here to make up ground on people if they get too far ahead.
That's right, and that's what we've seen every heat so far. The leader coming off these box jumps, so watch it closely, folks. Whoever turns and runs first, and it's Brett Fikowski. We haven't seen them relent the lead, so we'll see if that's how this goes for Brett here in this particular heat.
Fikowski out front early, and just about everybody else is right behind him here as he is on his first handstand walk in round 1 of 5. Fikowski is across.
Sean, and this is really a particular event where it pays to walk, yes, and walk unbroken, of course, but walk fast. Danielle Brandon excelled at it. Tia had the next fastest speed, and we saw Tudor even in the last heat almost be able to make up some ground on Victor Hoffer there due to his ability to walk fast on his hands. So that's going to really accumulate for these athletes. Who can walk, that's great, but who can walk fast?
Brett Fikowski is the first man through. There is Roman Krennikov is dead even with Vellner and Adler. Jake Crouch down in lane 10. He's right behind Fikowski. Fikowski is heading back to the box to start round 2. Vellner and Crouch right behind him. Adler's right there as well, as is Roman Krennikov. 6 more reps here at 42 inches, just about 1 meter. There is Travis Mayer. Mayer coming in 7th place overall, 430 points. He's going to have some pretty huge performances in these final 2 events if he wants to get himself on the podium, but he is still alive. And Jay Crouch is off. Fikowski continues to lead. It's Adler in 2nd, followed by Vellner and Crouch. Jason Hopper in 4th place, 10 points back of Jeff Adler for 3rd, is falling back here in this heat. Fikowski is still out front, keeping those arms at his side.
You can count on the professor, always doing something a little different than the rest of the field, and he's known for that. He's going to try to find any space, any reprieve, any rest, any way to circulate blood to a recovering muscle that he can find, and that is really what has helped him continue to excel as an athlete. He's been in this game for a while. He takes every lesson, and he makes note, puts it in his pocket, and uses it to his advantage.
Fikowski just like he slept on his arms. Into round number 3. Adler and Vellner are close behind Jay Crouch. Now Fikowski gets 1 rep in before Adler, Vellner, and Crouch start their set of 6 here.
Crouch putting on a heck of a show here.
Final rep for Fikowski, and he's done.
Midway or so.
He moves back to the handstand walk. Adler now in second place ahead of Pat Vellner. So Roman Krennikov is starting to fall back a little bit here. He's only up 5 points on Adler, so Adler can overtake Krennikov here in this event if this continues.
Yeah, I really think this handstand walk is where a lot of the pacing has to be dictated for these athletes. They can run as fast as they'd like, but it doesn't matter if they get back to the handstand walk and they don't trust their ability to perform there. So a lot of what we're seeing is just simply pacing around, getting upside down so that they feel like they're ready and can go unbroken.
Krennikov falling back to the leaders. There's Travis Mayer on the right just making the turn and coming back. As Brent Fikowski continues to lead here. Krennikov coming off a second place finish this morning in Hulkhan's.
There's going to be a race as Jay Allen first, Fikowski in second.
Now Crouch has moved ahead of Fikowski. This is the first time that we've seen a leader this late surrender that lead. So Fikowski and Crouch are neck and neck.
And when we talk about body language, which everybody knows I like to address that and watch it very closely, Jay Crouch looks composed. He looks relaxed. He's not shaking his arms out the same way Brent is, which could allude to the fact that he's not feeling as tired or as run down. So this could be a great opportunity for him to overtake the lead and perhaps make a great run at trying to win an event.
Fikowski and Crouch done at the exact same time. As they head back to the handstand walk, Adler is now in third place just ahead of Pat Vellner.
And we see Crouch with a 5 to 7 foot lead right now over Brent Fikowski, neck and neck.
Crouch is done first. Crouch back in front of Fikowski as they close out round 4. One round remains after this. Jason Hopper, meanwhile, he has fallen back. Hopper was in the mix coming into this event for a spot on the podium. Fourth place overall, just 10 points back of Jeff Adler.
That surprises me about Hopper for this particular event. I wonder if he doesn't trust his ability to walk upside down, lacks the capacity to walk this much in an event.
There goes our leader right now in the heat, Jay Crouch, who has opened up a cushion on Brent Fikowski. As now Crouch will head back to the box for his final rep. Fikowski just getting to the chest piece. Adler and Vellner are neck and neck behind him, and Travis Mayer is now starting to push Adler and Vellner for third place.
Mayer, much more urgency in his transition there, even to drop his marker. Which of course, hey, when we consider transitions, that's a big deal. That can save you time.
With Roman Krennikov, who is now just finishing up round 4. Time to beat, upper right-hand part of your screen. That's Victor Hoffer's mark from Heat 1, and it looks like that's going to stand.
Yeah.
And that would give us our 7th different event winner here at the Rogue Invitational. As Brent Fikowski is trying to catch up to Jay Crouch. Crouch has made the turn at the pylon and is working his way back.
Got Adler slightly ahead of Vellner there.
Those two have been joined at the hip throughout this entire event. Here comes Fikowski in second place behind Crouch. Crouch is just kicking down now. He will work his way across the finish line. He's not going to win the event, but Jay Crouch will win his heat. 12th place overall coming in as he looks to finish inside the top 10 here at the Rogue Invitational, and that will help him. 7:21.36 seconds. And now Fikowski is in. Fikowski 5th place overall with 450 points, trying to make up 25 points on Jeff Adler. Adler in a foot race now with Vellner. Adler moved out of his lane. He's across. Olsen's going to edge out Vellner for some valuable points for Noah Olsen as he looks to work his way back inside the top 10. 11th place overall for him. Mayer is across as well. And Roman Krennikov has fallen way off. Krennikov is done. Jason Hopper is going to get in ahead of him. And here comes Roman Krennikov. Chandler Smith just finishing up. he is in. There's Bjorven Carl Gumanson, who is across. And that will do it for Heat 2. Victor Hoffer is going to pick up his first career event win at the Rogue Invitational. Pat Vellner will have a few more points shaved off of his lead, but still in very good position to win his second Rogue Invitational Championship with now just one event remaining. Kind of the announcer jinx there. We said we haven't seen anybody give up a lead, and then Brent Fikowski was out front early, but Jay Crouch is able to reel him in.
That's right. We haven't seen it yet. It was a new thing for us to see here, but that tells me that Jay Crouch honestly paced it very well for himself. He didn't come out too hot. He didn't try to lead from the beginning, but he met himself exactly where he was. He felt good going into that fourth round specifically, where he was really able to show that he was going to overtake Brent for that lead, and he executed. And we saw a lot of Fikowski early because, of course, he was the leader. Smooth on his box jumps, using that hand to the box descend that we've seen from the majority of the field today. And he really didn't do bad on his hands. He did a great job, but this is where we started to see Jay Crouch at the top of your screen take a more significant lead, and he never gave it back to Brent there at that point. He was smooth over that handstand walk and then smooth the rest of the way in this event, as we see him taking on his final handstand walk through the finish here. Fast on his hands, eyes on the grass, feet well out in front of his hands, and that gave him the momentum he needed to carry it all the way through the finish line.
Jay Crouch wins the heat. Brent Fikowski looking to creep closer to a spot on the podium. The professor is with Kiki Dixon.
You grabbed some solid points here for that leaderboard. This event with the box jumps and the handstand walks, what was challenging? What was the most challenging thing about this?
Just having confidence in the handstand walks, something I've been working on. But yeah, I mean, you're out of breath and you want to take a nice deep breath and then kick up, but you just have to run into it. So I was able to do that and kind of make some separation on the box. So it was good.
Like we talked about, you're going to grab some points. You're going to jump up that leaderboard. What can we expect from you from this final event coming up?
My best. And so we don't know what the event is. I got a briefing in like 2.5 minutes, and we're going to figure out what it is. And I'm going to do my best, and hopefully it's enough to keep me near the tippy top.
All right, well, then we'll let you get to that briefing. Thanks.
Thanks.
Well, Victor Hoffer will pick up the event win, first of his career in his first appearance here at the Invitational, 7:01.41 seconds. Tudor Magda, he's going to take second. Top times coming from heat number 1. Jay Crouch will finish third. He'll pick up 90 points, followed by Dallin Pepper and Ricky Garrard. Brent Fikowski will take sixth, as he's able to pick up 10 points on Jeff Adler for that final spot on the podium. And Pat Vellner will take ninth. We are down to the final event, and we have tight races on top of both leaderboards. Still plenty of spots open on the podium and plenty that needs to be decided with one event remaining here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational.
Yeah. Yep.
We are down to the final event here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. CrossFit athletes take pride in being able to adapt, and that's exactly what we have done here. The weather continues to be a problem here in Round Rock, Texas, and as a result, we're not going to be on the field anymore. We are going to head indoors, and this is going to be an old-fashioned, gritty CrossFit throwdown in event number 9, presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. It is the cleanup. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway. We've got Kiki Dixon in the concourse here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. And Adrian, you could not have scripted this any better for the women. It is winner take all as far as the podium is concerned here in the final event.
That's right. This is exactly what we all hope to see, and the weather has been something that we've all had to adapt to, and that's what champions do, Sean. They adapt to a change in schedule. They adapt to different events. They adapt to different locations, and that's where we find ourselves now for this final. Laura Horvath against Tia Claire Toomey. Winner take all.
Nothing matters up to this point. It all comes down to this event. Here are your overall standings coming into the 9th and final event here at the Invitational. Horvath and Toomey tied with 680 points. Gabby McGowan is also tied with Emma Lawson at 555 points. Gazan and Carey have an outside shot, but they're going to have to really do well in this event and get help in the process. The cleanup is event number 9, presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. We got a heavy barbell and a jump rope.
We do, Sean. I really love the format of this particular event. It's going to be a test for all these athletes. It's going to be a barbell, some open space, and their jump rope. They're going to go through 3 rounds. It's going to descend in execution. 3 rounds of this opening block of 25 double unders and 5 power cleans. The weight is 175 pounds. 2 rounds, 25 double unders, 5 squat cleans at 175. And then 1 round, 25 double unders, 5 clean and jerks to finish for time.
And we have moved inside. So we're going to have some smaller heats here. We will have 5 heats of 4 for the women. There's Elena Karatala-Sanahuya getting her hands chalked up and getting set here for this final event. And the money bars are back out. And you can see the crowd is just packed in here in the concourse. Kind of a cool environment, not the one we thought we would have, but again, rain forcing us inside, and the show must go on. Here is the lane assignment for heat number 1. Kyra Milligan in lane 1. This could be a good event for her.
Hey, you know it, man. She showed up big when we saw the back squat. She showed up big when we saw the deadlift, and we like this combination of movements. A monostructural piece in the form of double unders, not going to give these athletes too much trouble. They're going to be relaxed and execute there, but that weight is going to give a few of these women some trouble, and it's not going to be a hang-up at all for Miss Kyra Milligan.
Milligan, Neal, Rolf, Freyova. And we have made a change to the weight. It's now 155, not 175. So things continue to evolve here. 155 on the barbell for the women.
So a little lighter. I'm going to go ahead and say equally as devastating, folks. If you know the shift from this type of load, it's going to make a difference in regards to how fast they're able to attack the barbell. But it's not going to make a difference for the overall favorites here and who is going to excel. It's still going to be the stronger athlete with the most fortitude and grit on that barbell, and especially those final 3 rounds.
We're underway, 25 double unders, and then 5 power cleans to start. They'll do 3 rounds of that. And again, a pretty unique setting here. We saw this with the strongmen. We had to move some of those events inside due to the weather.
We see Kyra Milligan coming out of the gate, touch and go on the power cleans, perhaps looking to create some separation between herself and the field, being aggressive.
Milligan on to round 2 now. As she heads back to the jump rope, Emily Rolfe moving back as well. So now every athlete is through the first round of the first part of this event.
Now I love the aggressiveness there of Kyra coming out touch and go. You have to make sure that it doesn't cost you too much time or energy in your transitions though, right? Meaning that if you get your heart rate up and it spikes it just for the sake of touch and go to gain 3 to 4 seconds perhaps, you can't lose that in a transition or those touch and go were absolutely pointless.
Milligan is still your leader. She's now done with 2 of the 3 rounds with the power cleans. Cranking through another set of 25 double unders. Karine Freyova in the back in the all black is in second place in the heat. And now Emily Rolfe moves into third. Shelby Neal still on the barbell to close out round 2. And Milligan for the final time on the power cleans.
Kyra doing a great job at pulling with patience off the floor, even though she's doing touch and go. She's tracing the silhouette of her body, keeping it close to her. Patience off the floor, and then jumps that bar with speed and ferocity into a front rack position with aggressive elbow turnover.
Now Milligan is done with 3 rounds. She'll move into the 2-round portion of this event. 25 double unders and 5 squat cleans at 155 as we approach the 2-minute mark. Milligan now to the first round of squat cleans at 155. Choosing to go with singles here.
Yeah, wise choice in my opinion for Kyra there, but doing a great job at staying at the bar. Anyone who's experienced some fatigue in the middle of a barbell cycling event or workout in your affiliate, no, it's very tempting to drop it, step away, take a breath, put your hands on your knees. She's put on a clinic right now so far with this barbell cycling that's been asked of these athletes here in this final event.
1 round is down for Milligan and back to the 25 double unders. She is your leader. Freyova and Rolfe and Sanahuya on their first round of squat cleans as well. Rolfe there in the middle of the gray shirt. Milligan into round 2.
In this atmosphere, man, I would love it so much, being so close and personal to the fans, like up in your face. The volume is escalated. It's loud. They see you suffering there. It takes me back old school days of competition.
It's like throwing down in your gym in front of a bunch of friends here. And Milligan is almost done with her 2nd round of squat cleans. Again, 155 pounds on the barbell. Freyova, it looks like she's on her 2nd round as well. Putting some pressure on Milligan. Milligan now back to the jump rope. 25 double unders and now 5 clean and jerks to close out this event. Freyova trying to catch up with Kyra Milligan. Now to finish the event, they have to step over their barbells. That's when time will be called, and time is being kept down on the floor. Second rep for Milligan. Freyova getting to the barbell on the far side of the floor. She's through 1 rep. The 3 reps remain for Milligan. Final rep for Kyra Milligan as Freyova doesn't look like she's going to be able to catch her. So Kyra Milligan will have the early time to beat. Barbell is down. She will hop over, and that will be time about 4:33 unofficial for Kyra Milligan. Remember, to finish the event, they have to just step over their barbell. That is when time will be called.
Very impressive execution there by both Milligan and Freyova. Freyova choosing to do singles on the...
Rolfe with a no rep there.
Yeah, and Sean, just to allude to that, these athletes have been through the ringer, right? Event number 9, their upper body got taxed quite a bit already this morning. It's extremely important that they finish the jerk on these clean jerks with their legs. They've in their smoke, they're already fatigued, but they've really got to jump the bar off that front rack position in order to help stabilize it overhead.
1 rep remains for Karnatala Sanahuya. She's across and done. And now Emily Rolfe will finish up, and she has to step over for time to be called, and she will. Approaching the 6-minute mark here. Shelby Neal is the last woman on the floor. Now with 1 rep remaining. And there it is for Shelby Neal in heat 1 is done. Kyra Milligan unofficially 4:33, the top time. With 4 heats remaining.
Kyra didn't leave a lot of opportunity for athletes to beat that score. She hit the touch and go. She didn't waste a ton of time in transitions. That was one thing I was eyeing up. Did she start too fast? Was it too risky? Was it really worth it? And I feel like she capitalized for the most part throughout that workout. Freyova closed the gap a bit through the middle rounds and into that final round of clean and jerks. However, it wasn't enough, and it was this move early on that gave Kyra Milligan the lead, the touch and go, the confidence in her capacity and ability to cycle that barbell. And then, of course, that middle round of squat cleans, she chose singles and was steady at the bar. She didn't step away. She didn't walk away. This is a lot of discipline and fortitude to do that. And then with the clean and jerk, she did a great job going power, power with the power clean and a power jerk, but finishing the jerk every time in a great position with her upper body and driving with her legs. What a way to finish her first Rogue Invitational experience.
Kyra Milligan unofficially at 4 minutes 33 seconds to take heat number 1, and we will reset for heat number 2 as once again weather has forced us inside on the concourse here. Saw it with the Strongman events. A couple of those having to be held inside the Iron Bull and the log lift for reps. And it's a pretty intimate environment down there as we close out the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Take a quick break. We'll be back with Heat 2 for the women in the final event here in Round Rock, Texas. We are in the final event for the women as we are set to crown a champion here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. One heat is down, 3 remain in the cleanup presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is somewhere in that massive humanity in the concourse here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Lane assignments here for heat number 2. There is Christine Kohlenbrander, who comes in 11th place overall with 425 points. She'll be out on the floor with Lauren Fisher, Paige Semenza, Paige Powers, and Bethany Flores.
Kohlenbrander, one of the most explosive athletes within this field, loves barbell cycling and has the strength to support it. I expect her to do very well in this event.
The event here, it's 3 rounds, then 2 rounds, and 1 round. Jump rope stays the same, but the movement on the barbell will change.
That's right. We're going to go 3 rounds with 25 double unders and 5 power cleans to start, all at 155 pounds. The 2 rounds will involve 5 squat cleans. And then finally, the 1 round paired with the 25 double unders is a clean and jerk, any style.
There is Christine Kohlenbrander. Best finish was a 3rd place and seat at the bar. That was the opening event on Friday. She's got 4 finishes inside the top 10 here. And it's only 10 points out of a spot inside the top 10.
Yeah, and she's got to be eyeing that up. With the experience now that she's gained as a games athlete, being here at Rogue, I think that it would build tremendous momentum for her looking forward to finish as a top 10 athlete here at the Invitational.
Paige Powers, meanwhile, sits in 14th place overall. She's got 345 points. Powers has had herself a great year as we are underway. She won Wannapalooza back in January, then finished 10th at the CrossFit Games in August. The best individual finish in Madison. 25 double unders to kick us off. Then it's 5 power cleans at 155 pounds, 70 kilos. 3 rounds of that.
And one athlete choosing to follow suit, but Kyra Milligan did. We see Christine Kohlenbrander not quite touch and go, but really staying as very close to the barbell as she executes her power cleans.
Kohlenbrander and Semenza going back to the jump rope, as is Lauren Fisher. Now here comes Paige Powers, leaves Bethany Flores, the only woman still on round 1. Now everybody is moving into round number 2. 25 more double unders here. Time to beat unofficially is 4 minutes and 33 seconds from Kyra Milligan. To end the event, they have to step over their barbells. That is when time will be called. Paige Semenza on the right, Kohlenbrander on the left. Kohlenbrander going touch and go for the first 2 reps. Then a quick regrip and she's back to work.
That's exactly how she started the last round, Sean. 1 touch and go, then very close back to regrip the barbell every repetition. You want to create a rhythm and stay steady there on the barbell. Then, of course, you got to relax those shoulders, relax your grip to get back to the double unders. I love this pairing of the barbell work being slightly on the heavy side and then coupled with an elegant rhythmic movement like the double under. It really challenges your ability to showcase your ability to have a high level of execution, agility, accuracy, coordination.
Semenza and Kohlenbrander to the barbell for at the same time to close out the first portion of this event. Fisher's right behind him. Paige Powers sits in 4th, and it is Bethany Flores still on the jump rope who sits in 5th place in this heat. After this, we move to the 2 rounds of the 25 double unders and 5 squat cleans, and Kohlenbrander is done, and she will now move on to the second portion of this event, along with Paige Semenza and Lauren Fisher. Paige Powers right on Fisher's heels.
Now here's the advantage that Kohlenbrander has from the rounds that we've already seen, is that she catches her power cleans extremely high. She's a high hinger, which means her hips stayed high in the pull of the power clean. She was able to save her legs for these squat cleans that are looming. She just finished 25 double unders. Now she's going to go into 2 rounds of 5 squat cleans before she goes back to do some more double unders.
Paige Semenza gets through that first rep just ahead of Kohlenbrander. Semenza, your leader right now in this heat. That's 2 of 5 reps down for Semenza. Powers and Fisher also under round 1 of 2 on the squat cleans.
All these women right now doing a great job to stay at the bar. Semenza with the least amount of time between repetitions thus far. Hands go directly onto the barbell. She sets her back, drives through her legs. You see her there to the right of your screen. She's stepping back already for her next round of double unders.
Semenza and then Fisher are your top 2 in the heat. Now Kohlenbrander has fallen back into 4th place as Paige Semenza gets quickly back to the jump rope. Paige Semenza's best finish was a 3rd place in event 5. That was the duel.
We talked about how easy these athletes make things look, and that's including in the double under. There's a lot of athletes out there that have been doing CrossFit a long time that have struggled to master that movement. And these athletes, it's a foreign thing when they actually trip up on that movement.
Lauren Fisher on the right side is your leader right now in the heat. Paige Powers is staying right with her, about a rep behind Fisher. This is the final round on the squat cleans, and then after this is the 5 clean and jerks. And again, to finish the event, they have to step over the barbell. This event moved inside because of the weather outside. And now Fisher and Powers back to the jump rope.
Wow, and
Semenza heads back, really, and now Kohlenbrander is falling back here.
Yeah, she's in the habit of stepping away from her bar, and she's losing tremendous amounts of time. These other ladies might not have the same power as her at the top end, but they're having that execution on the conditioning side.
Now Paige Powers, she was first to the barbell. We have the 5 clean and jerks here. Lauren Fisher trying to catch Powers, who got to the barbell first. Powers now on her final rep, and she'll have to step over the barbell to finish the event, and she's going to be close to Milligan's time, and we'll have to wait for the official word on that, because that is right around 4:33 for Paige Powers. Fisher has 1 rep remaining, and she is done and will step across and close out her 2023 Rogue Invitational.
Great finish there for Lauren. I mean, very impressive by Paige Powers. She made so much time up on those power clean and power jerks there at the end. She's great ground to shoulder and shoulder overhead.
Semenza and Kohlenbrander are in, and that leaves Bethany Flores as the only woman left here in this 2nd of 4 heats. There is Paige Powers, who got really close to Kyra Milligan's top time. Unofficially around 4:33, as Bethany Flores has a handful of reps left. She's almost done, trying to get the crowd behind her here.
Bethany very aware of keeping her body in the safest positions possible. You might be watching her and wondering, like, oh man, she doesn't even look that tired. She could probably go. She's being a bit cautious here. Again, she has experience missing an entire year due to a back injury. She's got a history growing up being a gymnast, and she sustained back injuries even as a young athlete. So when she found CrossFit, it was a way for her to minimize the pain that she was experiencing from some of her childhood sports, and she loved to compete at a high level. 2021 ran into having COVID at the CrossFit Games. We missed out on watching her take the floor, perhaps the fittest version we'd ever seen of Bethany Flores. And then this last year, she got to come back and grace the floor, finish 15th in the world.
This is the final rep for Bethany Flores, and with that, 2 heats are down, 2 heats remain. And we'll have to see who has the top time, because Paige Powers and Kyra Milligan were extremely close by the clock on the screen, but time is being kept out there on the concourse. And Paige Powers, we do know, is going to end her 2023 Rogue Invitational with a heat win.
And Sean, we've talked about her a few times this weekend. She's having a great year. She's learning to compete at a very high level. Won a competition as high as Wadapalooza as an elite competitor. And she really put on a clinic, a pacing clinic, not starting in the lead, but graciously building back the momentum. She's fluid and elegant with this barbell, especially when it comes to power clean and power jerk. She really does a great job at finishing the jerk with her legs as we watch it jump the barbell over her head and just strolls to almost the fastest event time that we've seen so far unofficially. And oh, by the way, I got plenty of effort and energy left to keep my hands still enough for the selfie with the fans.
Well, 2 heats are down, 2 heats to go here as we are closer to crowning a women's champion at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. We are halfway through the 9th and final event here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational for the women, as heat number 3 makes its way onto the floor. Event 9 is the cleanup presented by Beyond the Whiteboard.
It's the cleanup, and the money bars are back. These athletes are going to work through 3 rounds with 25 double unders, 5 power cleans, 2 rounds, 25 double unders, 5 squat cleans, and 1 round, 25 double unders, 5 clean and jerks. The barbell is at a set weight of 155 pounds.
Keys to this event.
Gosh, the keys are to relax. Do you breathe and execute? It's so easy on the final event of any competition to want to do something grandiose or great, but you got to just be you. And then finish with the legs. That final movement, the clean and jerk, is going to be after a ton of work has already been done, both with the lower body and the upper body, but they've got to drive with their legs so they can lock out and support the weight over their head for 5 reps at the end.
Lane assignments for this 3rd of 4 heats. Danny Spiegel, Ariel Lowen, Emma Carey, all out there along with Danielle Brandon and Manon Anganese. And we have a moderately loaded barbell. Danny Spiegel's gonna love that.
Yeah, and you gotta love to pick her as a favorite here with what we've seen from her throughout the course of this weekend and her career. A barbell at 155 pounds simply affects her differently than it does the other women. It's lighter compared to her traditional 1-rep maxes.
Danny Spiegel has 4 finishes inside the top 10. Right now, 9th place overall with 435 points. Coming off a 9th place finish earlier in Big Cat.
And she's directly tied with Manon Anganese, who would love nothing more than to creep into that top 10 and solidify a great spot for her to wrap up this year's Rogue Invitational.
And if you're just joining us, we had to move into the concourse here at Round Rock Stadium and Dell Diamond as we get things underway because of the weather. One of the cool things about that, the fans now are right on top of the action as we begin with the 25 double unders. And we'll move into 5 power cleans at 155. 3 rounds of that as Emma Carey and Ariel Lowen look to be the first 2 to the barbell.
You see one athlete doing touch and go. That's Danny Spiegel to the left of your screen, where she keeps her hands on the bar, guides it to the ground, and guides it back to that front rack position every repetition. She must have got her jump rope caught up on her, and that's a significant amount of time that can cost you if you have those type of slip-ups throughout the event there. You want it to stay right where it goes and put it down where you want it to be every time.
Spiegel is in the lead, but Ariel Lowen is right behind her along with Emma Carey. She is done, and Danny Spiegel and Danielle Brandon along with Lowen and Carey moving back to the barbell. Spiegel looking to go touch and go on all 5 of these reps. And she is done, and she'll go back to the jump rope. Final round here of the power cleans. At the 90 rep mark is when she will then move into the 2 rounds that involve squat cleans with that 155 pound barbell. Brandon Anganese and Ariel Lowen all to the jump rope at the same time to start their 3rd rounds. Emma Carey right now 5th place in the heat. Spiegel is done. 5 more power cleans.
She's bought herself about a 4-second lead on the field right now, but we see her starting to drop the bar. And you don't know, Sean, if she started touch and go, and now this isn't by choice, if she didn't intend to start breaking up these reps, now they're taking her too long in the form of singles. Some of these ladies who executed singles early might start to be able to close the gap and catch her now into the 2 rounds of 25 and 5 squat cleans.
Spiegel still in the lead, back to the jump rope now. Danielle Brandon and Ariel Lowen right behind her. And Manon Anganese starting to move up as well. 4 minutes, 33 seconds unofficially. That's about the fastest time that we have seen from both Kyra Milligan and Paige Powers. Was close to that in the prior heat.
And already we see Brandon take a slight lead now.
Spiegel and Brandon are neck and neck. Lowen and Carey just a rep back now. Right side of the screen is Danielle Brandon. She's done, so Brandon now moves into the lead ahead of Danny Spiegel. Brandon back to the jump rope for 25 more double unders. The 150 rep mark is when they will be done with this portion of the event, and then they will have 1 final round of the 25 double unders and the 5 clean and jerks And to finish the event, they have to step over their barbell.
That's right, and Danielle doing exactly what she's done round after round. Gets directly to the barbell. There's no hesitation. There's no adjusting her position. She literally pushes the barbell down to the ground, keeps her hands at it, keeps a relatively wide foot base, so there's not a lot of adjusting with her feet, and then she goes after that next rep. You can see fatigue starting to set in. That was her final set of squat cleans there. Now she's into 25 double unders, and she'll have 5 clean and jerks remaining.
Danny Spiegel is now back in second place. Emma Carey sits in third, but it is close right now between Spiegel and Carey for second place in this third of 4 heats. Spiegel going back to the jump rope. 1 round now of double unders and clean and jerks.
And Brandon was called back. She had a no rep on a double under. She was almost at the barbell, had to go back again. And one thing's for sure, she's great at power cleans. She actually struggles more from the squat, and her overhead position, her jerk position as she finishes each one of these reps is superior to many of the athletes in the field. Very secure. If she continues to finish with her legs, she's going to finish with a solid time.
And Danielle Brandon has a chance to set the top mark heading into the final heat. She is coming off an event win in Big Cat earlier.
She's got to regroup, risking missing a rep here.
Danny Spiegel with 1 rep remaining. Brandon is in, 4:27 unofficially for her. 4:26.62 seconds as Spiegel steps across. So 4:26.62, that is the new top time, courtesy of Danielle Brandon. Emma Carey comes across. 4 minutes, 40 seconds. Danny Spiegel was able to get in ahead of what we believe was Kyra Milligan's prior best time of 4:33.
Great adjustment there by Ariel Lowen. We watch her do a split jerk to finish. This is a great way for athletes to speed the cycle rate when they know they don't have the drive to simply power jerk it. A split jerk is when you step 1 foot in front of the other, helps you drop your hips down and secure a lockout with your arms.
Manon Anganese is finally in at 5:08.99 seconds. So now 1 heat remains in the final event for the women here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, and it's Danielle Brandon with the top time so far at 4:26.62 seconds.
Well, Sean, we say it a lot, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. And we watched Danielle Brandon start out with singles intentionally to save some juice for the latter part of this event. We're watching her work through some squat cleans there. There were 2 rounds of 5 of those, and then the power clean, power jerk. And even with the great overhead position that she has, her legs completely out of juice. She had to pause for a second, gather herself to finish. She had 1 more rep there at that point, and she had to wait to make sure that she could secure that final rep and not have to do an extra one due to a miss. Great execution there, riding her threshold by Danielle Brandon.
3 heats down, 1 remain, and everyone's going to be chasing Danielle Brandon's top time of 4:26.62 seconds. As Danny Spiegel makes her way off the floor. We have 1 heat to go. As we take a look at the heat results for heat number 3. As Spiegel and Brandon put up the top 2 times that we've seen so far. Emma Carey came in at 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Ariel Lowen goes sub 5, and it's Manon Anganese finishing in 5th. Winner take all. Final heat coming up next. One event for one championship. It's winner take all as we are down to the final heat of Event 9, the cleanup presented by Beyond the Whiteboard here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. We got Kiki Dixon down there on the concourse here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Here are your lane assignments for this final heat. Tia Toomey and Laurel Horvath, they are tied with 680 points. Whoever wins between the two of them will take home the championship. Meanwhile, Gabby McGowan and Emma Lawson, they are tied in points. Whoever wins that matchup winds up on the podium. Could not have scripted it better than this, Adrian.
Couldn't have scripted it better. The race is tight. It's win for the championship, win for the podium. There's nothing else we'd rather see. We haven't seen Tia in a race this tight since 2017. Her and Cara Saunders going blow for blow. 2-point separation that she won in 2017 at the CrossFit Games. So, gosh, my hands are sweaty. I'm nervous, and I'm not even competing.
It is pretty simple. Whoever crosses the finish line first between Laurel Horvath and Tia Toomey will be crowned the Rogue Invitational champion. It will be either the second for Horvath or the fourth for Toomey, and a podium spot up for grabs between Gabby McGowan and Emma Lawson.
High stakes, high pressure. It's all about staying composed, running your race.
There is Emma Lawson, who only has one finish outside of the top 10. She, Horvath, and Toomey are the only three athletes who can claim that in this competition.
10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. Toomey and Horvath for the championship. McGowan and Lawson for the final spot on the podium. 25 double unders to kick us off, then 5 power cleans at 155, 3 rounds of that to start. So 90 reps before you move into the next portion of the event. And Toomey and Horvath are under the barbell at the same time.
Everyone choosing to do singles here. Seeing a similar technique to what we saw from Brandon in the last heat, where they keep their hands very close to the barbell, but they're letting it drop, letting gravity carry it down. Fast on the transitions is one of the keys. Laura Horvath having a very smooth transition to that set of double unders here.
Everybody on to round 2 right now. Laura Horvath got to the jump rope just ahead of Toomey. Emma Lawson, though, towards the front as well. There go Toomey and Horvath to the barbell at the same time. Now remember, to finish this event, you have to step over your barbell and get on the mat for time to stop. Right now, Emma Lawson is ahead of Gabby McGowan in that battle for third place. And now Laura Horvath back to the jump rope just ahead of Tia Toomey here. And a trip for Horvath, as that will allow Toomey to pull even.
And that's why there's a beautiful combination here. With the barbell being heavy, you got to move quickly. Wow, Emma Lawson's cycle rate on these double unders, Sean, is astounding. She hardly leaves the ground. She's able to make up time there.
Laura Horvath and Tia Toomey going rep for rep. Emma Lawson ahead of Gabby McGowan right now. McGowan just stepping up to her barbell. So this is good for Emma Lawson as they work their way through their third and final round of the power cleans. After this, it's 2 rounds of the 25 double unders and the 5 squat cleans at 155 pounds, 70 kilos. And Laura Horvath continues to lead.
Now, I got to say, from what we've seen so far, there's a little bit more pop in Laura's legs. She's getting the bar to her clavicle a little bit faster every repetition. There's a little more spring in her jump. But now that we're going to go below parallel, we'll see if she can continue that pace.
Horvath about a rep ahead now of Tia Toomey as they work their way into the first set of 5 squat cleans. Emma Lawson continues to lead Gabby McGowan. The 120 rep mark is when they'll be done with this round. Laura Horvath is now back to the jump rope. Tia Toomey closing out her final rep, and Toomey moving to the jump rope.
Laura really doing a great job at breaking below parallel and redirecting her body immediately, not taking it too deep and traveling a distance that she doesn't need to go. Make the rep count, stand it up at the top.
Horvath back to the barbell. This is her second and final set of squat cleans. Emma Lawson continues to lead Gabby McGowan by a significant margin right now. Final rep for Laura Horvath, and she will move back to the jump rope. Tia Toomey still has a rep left. Laura Horvath has a chance to really put some distance between herself and Toomey right now. 25 double unders and 5 clean and jerks for the championship for Laura Horvath, and she leads Tia Toomey.
She got a comfortable lead right now that's going to give her confidence as she approaches the bar for these 5 clean and jerks.
Here comes Laura Horvath. 1 rep in as Tia Toomey just now getting to the barbell. Laura Horvath looking to defend her championship here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. She is 1 rep away. Final rep for Laura Horvath, and she is your 2023 Rogue Invitational champion. Emma Lawson is beating Gabby McGowan. Lawson looks to put herself on the podium. What a time for Laura Horvath, 3:46.61 seconds, and Emma Lawson is in, and that may put her on the podium as now Tia Toomey will finish up, and she gets across the finish line looking to take 2nd place overall. And what a return for Tia Toomey, and what a title defense for Laura Horvath. It is going to be a fun year in 2024.
Oh man, I have been asked so many times, Adrian, who do you think's going to win? I was like, I don't know. They're like, who do you hope's going to win? I was like, I'd really like to see Laura come up because it leaves a great storyline for the season to come. What a performance by Laura here at the Rogue Invitational. Wow, what a statement for her to make to the rest of the world and the community.
6 months after giving birth to her first daughter, Tia Toomey shows up the Rogue Invitational. Looks like she's going to take 2nd place overall. Laura Horvath earning her 2nd straight Rogue Invitational championship, and she will have some momentum heading into the game season in 2024. Laura Horvath with only 1 finish outside of the top 5. And picking up right where she left off in Madison, Wisconsin. And one more look here is it was neck and neck between Laura Horvath and Tia Toomey, but it was on that final set of clean and jerks where Horvath finally was able to put enough distance between herself and Toomey.
It really was. You know, Laura put on a clinic the entire time. She had a bit more pop in her step, in her squat, in every aspect. Tia started to slow towards the end. We saw no rep there by Tia as she didn't really finish with her legs, right? We talked about that as a point of performance. You got to have the juice left in your legs to help your upper body. Laura had plenty of reserve left here in her power cleans and power jerks. Every rep looked the same, as I'm sure she felt the energy of the crowd and knew she had a lead, which catapulted her to a defending crown for the Rogue Invitational.
Send it to Kiki Dixon with Laura Horvath.
Laura, congratulations on winning this championship here. It was such a tight race between you guys coming to this final event, winner takes all. What does it mean to you to regain your title of the Rogue Invitational champion?
I mean, it means a lot because, to be honest, after the games, everyone said, because if Tia's not here, that's the only reason why I won. And this means a lot to me that I can prove to myself and everyone out there who's doubted me that I won because I deserve to be on the podium. So it means a lot.
There were so many different moments throughout this weekend. Obviously, winning is the creme de la creme, but what are some others that stand out to you from this weekend?
Basically, it's better than winning is just sharing the competition floor with Gabby because we train together so much. Like, I see all the hard work that she puts in and she all the hard work I put in. So it's like, it's awesome to share the competition floor with her and be happy for her when she does well. And then obviously sad for her when she doesn't, but it's just a very, very cool experience to have someone who is so close to me experience the same ups and downs with me.
It was a wild weekend indeed, including the weather. What were you doing to keep a positive competitive mindset throughout the changes that were going on?
To be honest, it's just part of the game. It was the same for everyone, so we just rolled with the punches.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Laura Horvath back to back Rogue Invitational champion. It came down to one event, and she delivers when she needed to. So Laura Horvath defends her title. Tia Toomey is back, and looking forward to seeing her continue to improve. And it looks like Emma Lawson is going to wind up on the podium, as she was tied with Gabby Magawa in points coming into this event. Lawson was able to beat Magawa there in the cleanup.
Lawson, another year on the podium. Great execution by her, and she's just going to physically continue to get stronger and stronger and become more and more of a threat, even at a competition like Rogue, where we know we're going to lean into some external loading, a little bit more higher power output, and she's going to continue to get more dangerous in the sport of CrossFit as she continues to develop.
Like we said, you couldn't have scripted it any better. It came down to the final event. It was winner take all. Laura Horvath versus Tia Toomey for the championship, and at the end, it's Laura Horvath who defends her title, her second straight Rogue Invitational Championship. One champion has been crowned. We'll crown another coming up in a little bit. The men take on the cleanup as we close out Sunday at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. We've crowned our women's champion. Now it is time to find out who will be the men's champion here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway. We have Kiki Dixon in the concourse here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. Now, weather has forced us inside for event number 9, the cleanup presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. And Adrian, at this point in the competition, we thought we'd be talking about a battle between Jeffrey Adler and Roman Krennikov for the top spot in the overall standings. But right now, it's Pat Vellner's to lose.
It's been the Pat Vellner show. Aside from one finish outside of the top 10 on the first event, which was Texas Strong, he's been very consistent. Recently, we saw him go 9th and 10th on the previous events, but I really like the way this plays out for Pat, knowing his strengths on the barbell. He just got to make sure he finishes overhead with his legs to finish. That got him a little bit last year on the final barbell with the clean and jerk, so I'm excited to watch him finish strong. But yeah, it's been the Pat Vellner show. It's been a new experience for us to watch him lead for the last 2.5 days.
The barbells are out, and this is what the athletes are facing in event 9, the cleanup.
It's going to be 3 rounds. They're going to go 25 double unders and 5 power cleans at 225 pounds. 2 rounds, 25 double unders, 5 squat cleans. That has to be below parallel. And then 1 round of 25 double unders and 5 clean and jerks. And those clean and jerks can be done anyway. All of these rounds are done at 225 pounds there with the money bar.
First heat getting set to take the floor. Overall standings coming into this final event. Pat Vellner started the day with a 90-point cushion. Right now he leads Jeffrey Adler by 65 points. And we're looking at an all-Canadian podium. If Roman Krennikov can't knock either Adler or Frykowski out of one of those two spots. Jason Hopper, he is still alive. Ricky Garrard is as well, but both Hopper and Garrard are going to have to probably win this event and get some help to get themselves onto the podium. Youngster Garrett Clark chalking up his barbell.
Pretty strong youngster, made it deep into that deadlift ladder last night, bowed out before he even missed an attempt, just kind of knowing himself and probably how his body felt.
Finished 8th in the deadlift, pulled 565 pounds. These are the 4 men who will open up here in heat 1 of 4. Will Morad in lane 4 comes in 18th place overall. His best finish was a 7th in event 4.
Yeah, Will Morad, several-time CrossFit Games athlete, veteran in the space. Bit of a powerhouse when it comes to events just like this. Shorter stature, doesn't have to make that barbell travel a terribly long distance, but he is extremely strong, and I really like his chances with a moderately loaded barbell here for all the cycling.
225 pounds on the barbell. It's 102 kilos. They'll do 3 rounds of the 25 double unders, and they'll start with the 5 power cleans. Then it's squat cleans. Then we close out with 1 round of clean and jerks. Once again, weather has forced this event to be moved inside and given it a much more intimate feel as the fans are right on top of the action. We saw this with the strongman competition as well.
Yeah, I love these atmospheres. It really raises the intensity of the feeling for the athletes too, being so close to the fans.
3, 2, 1, go.
We are underway. First of 4 heats starts with the 25 double unders, and then they will move to the 225-pound barbell for 5 power cleans. Clark along with Morad, and here comes Victor Hopper.
All the athletes choosing to go singles here out the gate, 1 rep at a time, dropping it down to the ground. And again, these are power cleans, so it's mandated to the athletes. They've got to catch it above parallel, which means they cannot squat with the barbell.
Garrett Clark is back to start round number 2 as he leads here in this opening heat. Only has 1 finish inside the top 10. It was that result that we talked about in the max deadlift.
We talk about different techniques here. Garrett Clark does a great job keeping his hips below his shoulders, and as he pulls, you'll notice he starts to pre-bend his elbows a little bit. He does that, creating tension in his arms so that he gets the bar to his hip for each power clean. It allows it to be a bit more of a powerful effort, reduces the amount of work he has to do with his leg drive.
Garrett Clark back to the rope. This is his 3rd and final round of the 25 double unders and 5 power cleans. Bailey Martin sits in 2nd. Hoffer and Morad behind them. Now Clark is done. Back to the barbell for the final time for 5 more power cleans.
Fans will get the chance to see what I'm talking about there. Watch his elbows. See how they bend. They pull the bar right into his hip crease. And then he jumps it right to his clavicle. The downside is it can reduce the amount of power that you are able to express if the timing of that arm bend is not perfect every rep.
180 total scored repetitions in this event, and now Clark is done for the first 3 rounds. Now the movement on the barbell changes to a squat clean. Clark has opened up a pretty sizable lead here. Bailey Martin heading back to the jump rope. And Clark is done with that set of 25. Now 5 squat cleans at 225 pounds. Bailey Martin coming to the barbell for the first time for the squat cleans. First of 4 heats here for the men. Bailey Martin. He's in 16th place overall coming in. His best finish was seat at the bar. He took a third in event number 2 on Friday morning. Garrett Clark back to the jump rope, 25 more double unders, and then 5 final squat cleans.
Athletes all doing a great job at trying to catch that barbell high in their throat, like right at the base of their clavicle. It's going to help them stay upright throughout the squat, not risk spilling the bar forward. Garrett Clark into his second round of squat cleans now. He's got to do 4 more of these before he goes back to the double unders for 1 more round. And then he finishes with clean and jerks.
Two more reps for Garrett Clark as he continues to lead Bailey Martin on the right side of your screen. Clark back to the jump rope, and now he will have 1 round remaining here. 25 more double unders and 5 clean and jerks at 225, and he has to step over his barbell and step on the mat to finish the event. Bailey Martin is still in second place here in this opening heat.
See how Garrett's overhead position is after all this fatigue built up in his legs. Strong there, a little unstable. You could tell that one caught him off guard. A lot of times the first rep hits you that way.
2 of the 5 reps down for Garrett Clark. Time being kept on the floor, so we'll have to wait until the judges turn in the scorecards to see what his time is going to be. Garrett Clark looks like he's going to win heat 1 as Bailey Martin is onto the barbell as well for his final 5 clean and jerks. This should be the final rep for Garrett Clark. And he closes out his 2023 Rogue Invitational with a heat win.
So we want to do it. And I'll say overall, Sean, what we see when we've seen any of the women who are winning their heats, they were dancing around the barbell less than these men. Great job there by Bailey Martin.
Bailey Martin comes in second place in the heat. Victor Hoffer now with 3 reps remaining.
When I say dancing around, I mean movement away from the bar after they complete a rep. So the steps back, the moving around, the shaking the hands. Most of all the heat winners, I'll say all the heat winners on the women's side, were staying at the bar. They were composed and they were very intentional with allowing themselves minimal rest. It might be a precursor to share with us that we'll see a touch slower times coming out of the men's side.
Victor Hoffer is across. Leaves Will Morad is the only man left on the floor here in this first of 4 heats. Morad is done, and Will Morad is in. Heat 1 in the books, 3 heats remain, and it is Garrett Clark who wins the heat. We'll wait for his official time.
Garrett came out steady in this particular event. He did a great job just holding that threshold. Didn't come out blistering, wasn't necessarily the first one back and forth on the first transition, but he did a great job at staying composed, running his own race, having that tunnel vision. He had smooth execution on his double unders throughout. Great job, way to finish his first experience at the Rogue.
Started CrossFit when he was 12 years old back in 2010. And he'll have the ability to finish on a positive here as he wins his heat.
He will. I mean, hey, he's been doing CrossFit longer than me, so I hope he's got some good experience under his belt. He's been able to clearly utilize those lessons as we watch him go through some barbell cycling here. Takes a brief step back, sets his posture, executes smooth squat cleans, and then here in the finish, he did a great job jumping that barbell off of his front rack position into that overhead position. You'll notice that he actually receives the bar and then keeps his feet down even into his jerk. It's pretty rare, but great execution there by Garrett Clark.
We are reset now for heat number 2. And the men in the second heat getting set to take the floor here at the concourse at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. And remember, we had to move this thing indoors because of the weather conditions outside. Bottom line is the show was going to go on, and they found a way to hold this event indoors here.
Sean, it's been wild the way the weather has affected everything. I mean, we got here the first few days, it was hot and it was muggy, and then the rain would come and it would just get, we would feel like we were getting abused by the rain for a little while, and then it would go away. And now today, it's like cold out there. I ran over to grab a coffee right before this event started, and I was like, I'm really glad that I wore pants today, and that's completely the opposite feeling that I've had all weekend long. So this weather is just all over the place this weekend.
There was Tudor Magda getting set to take the floor. Chandler Smith behind him. Chandler Smith putting on a show last night in the max deadlift event. Won that event with a lift of 605 pounds, but decided to throw 5 more on there and put on a show for the fans. And he would pull 610 and left everyone leaving with a smile.
Sure did. Put on a show for everybody. And I think that's important for CrossFit athletes to remember. A lot of them sometimes come into this space with not a ton of live competition experience with a large crowd, and they forget that people pay to watch you do your thing. They're here to watch, yes, your expression of fitness, but also for you to be a showman and a showwoman, if you will. So Chandler really did a great job, I think, creating memories, not just for himself, but for everyone that was here last night.
He said he didn't know when he would have the next chance to do something like that, so wanted to take advantage of it, not only for himself, but also the crowd. And that was a fun time last night with those heavy barbells out here. But the business at hand now is the 9th and final event, the cleanup. Chandler Smith and one of his best friends, Noah Olson, get to compete right next to each other here. So that should be fun to watch between the two of them. And Chandler Smith finished on the podium last year, right now 12th place overall. Here are your lane assignments, as Tudor Magda comes in 14th place, coming off a 2nd place finish, though, in Big Cat.
That's right. He did a great job on Big Cat. He did a great job on the deadlift. So, you know, combine those two. High power output with a little breathing involved. And then, of course, the 1 rep max. This is kind of like what we've got here. We've got a monostructural piece in the double under that involves a little skill, but that weight being a moderately heavy load is something that we could see Tudor have great success at.
We are underway, 25 double unders into the 5 clean power cleans at 225 pounds. Noah Olson, Bjorn Carl Guggensen, Jukic, and Magda all pretty much to the barbell at the same time.
All the athletes opting for singles here. No one coming out and doing anything new or surprising as of right now.
Noah Olson back to the jump rope as he leads here. Olson in 11th place overall with 455 points. Only 5 points out of the spot inside the top 10. Second round of 5 power cleans for Noah Olson. Tudor Magda back to the barbell, as is Chandler Smith.
Tudor here executing a great pull from the floor. Good patience on the floor, a lot of speed through the middle, where he jumps and shrugs to get that barbell to his front rack position.
Olson and Magda into round 3 of the double unders. And Noah Olson is trying to keep a streak alive here. This is his 4th appearance at the Rogue Invitational, and he's finished inside the top 10 the prior 3 times. His best finish was 3rd in 2020.
This is a good start to this event for Noah. He's aggressive out in the front, but it looks like it's something that's going to be a pretty sustainable effort for him. He's just got to stay steady at the bar. His feet are almost glued to the ground, not taking any steps back, not losing or wasting time.
Magda and Olson neck and neck in the lead here, approaching the 2-minute mark, and now they start the squat clean portion of this event. After these 25 double unders, it's 5 squat cleans at 225, 102 kilos on the barbell. Magda and Olson to the barbell at the same time. Magda's going to get his first rep in before Olson starts his.
Tudor looking more smooth than Noah as they go rep for rep here. He's up and under that bar. Bar path looks solid. The first rep took him forward a little bit. As you notice, he took a step forward out of the bottom of his squat. That means he probably didn't finish the pull there. You got to be patient and finish your pull with your shoulders behind the bar.
Magda's done with his first of 2 rounds on the squat clean. He heads back to the jump rope along with Noah Olsen, who now sits in second place. Lazar Jukic and Jorgen Gudmundsson are fighting for third, and it's Chandler Smith right now in fifth.
That's the second mess up that we've seen from Tudor there. He's got to really fight to gather control of himself and remain composed. He's going to do great on the barbell. This is actually where he's got to put the most focus.
Noah Olsen is able to take the lead as he knocks out his first of 5 squat cleans on this second round here in this portion of the event. The time to beat is in the upper right-hand part of your screen. That's from Garrett Clark at 4:41 flat. Noah Olsen on the right is now done. So those 2 trips for Tudor Magda allowed Noah Olsen to grab the lead, and now Olsen has a chance to really put some space between himself and Magda on this final round of double unders. 180 total scored repetitions here, 25 double unders, and now 5 final clean and jerks for Noah Olsen. Looking to get the crowd behind him as he is to the barbell for the final time.
He's got to use a lot of leg drive here. No sweat for Noah. Great urgency on the first rep, as often that's the one that throws you off.
There's Tudor Magda again having to break his double unders. Magda has now fallen back into 4th place, as Jukic and Gudmundsson are both onto the barbell for the final time. 2 reps remain for Noah Olsen.
See Noah bending his knees, trying to shake him out a little.
Final rep for Olsen, and Noah Olsen is across. Has to jump over his barbell in order to stop the time. 4:28.27 seconds for Noah Olsen to set the top time heading into heat number 3. Lazar Jukic gets in at 4:35.25 seconds. And now Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson is done. Tudor Magda will take 4th after leading for the majority of the heat, and Chandler Smith is the last man out there. And of course, Noah Olsen's going to go back out and cheer on his friend, and this could be the last time we see Noah Olsen compete as an individual. He has said he's going to go team with Chandler Smith. I wanted to have a little bit of an encore here at the Rogue Invitational. Smith with 3 final reps at 225 before he will be done with his 2023 Rogue Invitational. And with that, heat 2 is done. 2 heats remain here for the men, the 9th and final event, and Noah Olsen is going to have the top time at 4:28.27 seconds.
Wow. These are all impressive times by these athletes when you got to consider what they've been through these other previous 8 events. But I'll tell you what, it was Tudor Magda early. We saw he was an athlete to keep our eye on. He did a great job executing early. It was rep for rep, him and Noah Olsen. But you got to remember, one of the keys to success here is to relax and execute. And Tudor had a few slip-ups there. You got to be able to stay focused and keep that rhythm on your double under. Noah seized that opportunity. As that door opened, he kicked it down and ran right through all the way to a finish for an amazing heat win for him. We'll see how his time holds up.
4:28.27 seconds for Noah Olsen as we now have 2 heats remaining. Lazar Jukic also gets in ahead of Garrett Clark's prior best time at 4:35.25 seconds. Tudor Magda will finish in 4th after leading for most of that heat, and it's Chandler Smith at 5:37.25 taking 5th. 2 heats are left, as we are close to crowning a champion on the men's side of the competition here. Still some fans out there and braving the elements, which aren't too bad right now, but there's still a lot of moisture on the field, and the bottom line is they decided to move this indoors because they wanted to keep it as safe as possible for the athletes. And I'll be honest with you, I kind of like the intimate environment.
I do too. I do too. Again, it gives me this OG old school feel. Coming up in the space as a competitor, we didn't have the luxury of having a Rogue Invitational and all these fancy, amazing competitions that exist now in the space. We were throwing down outside in someone's parking lot, or we were throwing down somewhere with uneven asphalt and the bars were rolling all over the place. These athletes are certainly blessed, and I really like that it brings it to that intimacy. And I'll tell you what, it even enhances what the spectators are getting to experience here, being so close to some of their favorite athletes in any sport in the whole world. They're getting uptight and personal with them for this event.
Let's talk keys as Heat 3 gets set to take the floor here.
Well, we talked about it a little bit as we watched Tudor struggle with those double unders, but one of the key focuses here is to relax. I know it's the final event. I know there's pressure. Athletes are going to finish this event and know exactly where they finish throughout this Rogue Invitational here, and it's important to remember you just got to do you. And then, of course, finish with the legs. They're tired already, and your arms are tired already. They walked on their hands. They did dumbbell ground overhead. They did so much, Sean, and it's important for them on that last movement to finish that jerk with their legs overhead so they secure the barbell.
One thing that has happened here in Round Rock is it has gotten a lot cooler. It's been pretty hot and humid the past couple of days. The temperature has dropped here on Sunday.
Yeah, it is cool out there. I was out there just about an hour ago, and I was very shocked at the temperature.
Heat 3 taking the floor now. Yellow host to Jay Crouch, Ricky Garrard, Travis Mayer, and Dallin Pepper all up next. Dallin Pepper there in lane number 5.
Yeah, someone to keep our eyes on, that's for sure. He likes a good barbell cycling event. He's had great success on competing. You know, he played high school athletics, but he won the CrossFit Games 3 times as a teen athlete. There's a psyche there and an experience that, you know, if you've played sports, you know that winning is a skill. And so as we watch Dallin continue to develop in the space and we watch events like this where seizing the moment is really important and the pressure tends to be high, I always like to watch him and how he chooses to execute an event like this.
Dallin Pepper's had a great final day here as we are underway. Started the day with a win in Hulk Hands and then coming off a 4th place finish in Big Cat. 4:28.27 seconds, that's the time to beat from Noah Olson in the prior heat. As Ricky Garrard heads to the barbell. Garrard currently in 6th place overall, 495 points. Certainly not out of it as far as the podium is concerned, but he's probably going to have to win the entire event and get some help in the process.
Watching Yella Hosta there finish his set of power cleans as he makes it back to join the rest of the men for the double unders. Yella certainly spent the majority of his offseason so far and still will going forward working on movements just like that. A lot of clean and jerk squats and snatches for him.
Travis Mayer on the left is your leader as we hit round number 2 of 3 on the power cleans. Mayer 8th place overall, 475 points for him. Yella Hosta on the barbell as well. Dallin Pepper and Ricky Garrard fighting for 2nd place in the heat right now. Hosta and Jay Crouch, a couple of reps behind the leaders as Mayer and Pepper return to the jump rope, as does Ricky Garrard.
Travis, very high motor, very explosive athlete. These movements favor him a ton, especially coupled with a double under. It's like he's back there just loading his lower legs with every small bound that they take here. The biggest thing will be to see how he responds to the squat cleans and making that transition into the clean and jerks for the final round.
Final round of power cleans for all the men on the floor. And now it's 25 double unders and we move to the squat clean portion of the event. Travis Mayer still your leader. Dallin Pepper sits in 2nd, followed by Ricky Garrard. There is Ricky, who started off pretty well, had an 8th place in Texas Heavy, then followed that with a win and seat at the bar. But then he had 2 straight finishes at 12th or lower. It dropped down the overall standings, and he has yet to work his way back into contention for a podium spot.
Now, Sean, it looked like Travis Mayer got a no rep on his initial squat clean, which means he and Dallin Pepper are going rep to rep.
Another one.
Yep, and he's not reaching depth. He's trying to make it very close. He's trying to blur the line, which, hey, that's their job as athletes. But the judge doing a great job at holding him accountable to the standard, and now Dallin Pepper takes the lead.
Dallin Pepper to the jump rope for the second round of squat cleans here. 180 total scored repetitions in this event. There's 30 reps per round. Dallin Pepper, your new leader after 2 costly no reps from Travis Mayer, and now rookie Garrard is pushing for second place.
And we saw Dallin Pepper pause there on his double unders. Not a terrible cost there for him, because of course it's just something you can get back to. Certainly not as costly as 2 no reps on the squat cleans like Travis experienced on the last one.
Dallin Pepper with 2 reps remaining on the squat cleans. Travis Mayer's managed to claw his way back towards the front here. Pepper continues to lead. He's in his final round of 25 double unders. 4:28.27 seconds is your time to beat. Dallin Pepper looks to continue what has been a fantastic Sunday for him with a first and a fourth so far today. Travis Mayer's in second, followed by Garrard.
And I really like Dallin with his ability to go overhead. Very sound, secure overhead position. It's if you could design an athlete to go shoulder overhead, this is what you'd want it to look like here. And he does a great job there getting support.
Mayer to the barbell.
This is where these guys really got to drive and finish with their legs.
Final rep for Dallin Pepper. And he will have the top time. Heading into the final, he's got to get over his barbell, and that will stop the time. Dallin Pepper 4:14.98 seconds. Beats Olsen by 14. Now Mayer comes across. Mayer also squeaked in ahead of Noah Olsen's top time. Rookie Garrard is done. 4:32.83 seconds for Ricky Garrard. Now Jake Crouch finishing up, and that leaves Yellow Hosta as the last man out on the floor.
Yellow opting for split jerks. It's going to help him cycle the barbell a little bit faster. He's got very long arms. He's got to make the load travel a long distance. He understands a quick dip. Stepping with his right foot forward is going to help him drop under the weight without getting into a squat position.
225 pounds on that barbell, 102 kilos. Most of them might hit the ceiling with that thing.
And this angle certainly does.
Final rep for Yellow Hosta, and we will have 1 heat remaining after this. And there it is for Yellow Hosta. Hops over the barbell, and that will do it. 5:27.65 for Hosta, but it's Dallin Pepper and Travis Mayer, the 2 fastest times that we have seen so far. Pepper at 4:14.98 seconds, and he was able to take advantage of a couple of no reps from Travis Mayer during the squat cleans to do it.
Yeah, execution and seizing the moment. Again, we talked about, hey, that's an advantage that Dallin brings to the field. He is one of the younger competitors out there. He's a rookie at the Rogue Invitational, but he's won championships before, even at the teen level. That really accumulates. It's a skill to win, and Dallin Pepper put on a clinic here in regards to how to attack this event. And I'm sure the guys in the last heat were watching very closely. Smooth on his power cleans, smooth on his squat cleans, and did a great job at holding the standard. So he got no reps taken away. We saw Travis have to do a few extra, and that's when Dallin really came on strong. And then, of course, finished with a smooth execution and a power clean and a power jerk to finish. He's got a very secure overhead position, which lends itself to a huge advantage when, of course, the event finishes with clean and jerks. And Dallin Pepper probably never had a drink alcohol in his entire life, but he was a little wad drunk there and forgot. Got to jump over the bar to finish.
We are down to the final heat, and it is time to crown a men's champion. And right now, Pat Vellner is very much in the driver's seat. Jeff Adler currently sits in second place. He's 15 points up on Brent Fikowski. Fikowski's got to hold off Roman Krennikov. Krennikov is down by 10 points, which means he has to beat Fikowski by at least 2 people. He's got to get 1 person in between himself and Fikowski in order to make up that deficit Jason Hopper sits in 5th, still very much alive, but is going to need to get some help and put up a strong performance in the final heat.
If they all get on the podium, are they going to wear their flannel cutoffs?
I don't see how you couldn't. You know, we almost had an all-Canadian podium at the CrossFit Games. We were a little short of that. Roman Krennikov is right now on the outside looking in, but has a chance to track down Brent Fikowski here in the final event. Krennikov coming off a 14th place finish in Big Cat, but prior to that, a 2nd and a 7th.
And Sean, I got to say about Roman, we saw him have to sit out the final 2 events at the CrossFit Games. He broke a bone in his foot. I had questions on if he physically was going to be ready to compete at a high level, and he has shown me he is certainly ready. I don't know if the bounding and the accumulation of running and Big Cat and everything else has accumulated, but wow, what a show by him.
Well, here's the thing. You and I have been doing this since Thursday. This is really the first time that we've talked about it, which shows you just how good he has been.
That's right. He's made us forget about it, right? It's like, hey, he's performing at a very high level, top level. So, you know, kudos to him and his preparation, the team around him that's helped him recover and get ready to rock and roll, because he's showing he's ready to be a podium threat yet again.
Jeff Adler is behind Roman Krennikov. He currently sits in 2nd place again with 540 points. The final heat making its way out onto the floor. Adler making his 3rd career appearance at the Rogue Invitational. He's been 3rd both times. Ad Vellner on a 2nd Rogue Invitational championship, won in 2020. Brent Fikowski in his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational, looking to finish on the podium. Here are the lane assignments. Roman Krennikov would be a couple lanes away from Brent Fikowski. That's the man he's got to worry about. Pat Vellner just has to avoid a disaster here. Jeff Adler needs to come up with a strong performance to guarantee himself a spot on the podium. And Jason Hopper, again, he's still alive.
Yep.
But he's going to have to beat everybody on the floor right now to get himself on the podium. And we still have times from prior heats that could factor in as well.
And Jeff Adler's the one to watch here. He killed it on the final event last year. Heavy grace. He's a strong athlete. A little bit of breathing here with the barbell cycling. I like this event for Jeff.
Here we go. Final heat of the final event of the 2023 Rogue Invitational. As we get set to crown a champion. 25 double unders to kick us off. Roman Krennikov ripping through those. Brent Fikowski going to be the first man to the barbell. 5 power cleans here at 225 pounds, 102 kilos. Dallin Pepper has the top time, 4:14.98 seconds. Fikowski is done. Adler right behind him. Krennikov moving back to the jump rope. Vellner and then Hopper. 2nd of 3 rounds on the power cleans. Quick trip for Hopper.
One of the keys here being athletes got to relax, and all the athletes are relaxing on those double unders, keeping low, relaxed shoulders, loose fingertip grip, and they're ready to attack the barbell every time.
Adler and Fikowski continue to lead here. Roman Krennikov, though, right on their heels. Pat Vellner sits in 4th, and Jason Hopper is in 5th. Still very close, as now Fikowski and Adler return to the rope. This is round 3 of the double unders and power cleans.
And this is where, you know, Brent's got to have some urgency, and he's doing a great job at it. As one of the taller athletes out there in the field, when it comes to the squat cleans, he's got a larger range of motion to travel. He's going to need to bank some time to stay ahead of someone like Adler.
Jeff Adler now in the lead, kind of going rep for rep, maybe slightly ahead of Fikowski here. Jeff Adler in front. Jeff Adler back to the jump rope along with Brent Fikowski. Roman Krennikov stays in 3rd. Remember, Krennikov has got to beat Fikowski to have a chance, and then he's got to get someone between the 2 of them in order to make up that 10-point deficit. Now we start the squat clean portion of this event. There is Roman Krennikov, 515 points, 4th place overall. Adler and Fikowski onto the barbell.
This where Adler's going to have the advantage. The cycle rate, the down to the up. Very good pull for him. He's not powering this as if it was 275. He's giving it just enough hip, just enough touch, the brush of his thigh to catch it in the bottom of the squat and stand quickly. He does a great job at keeping an upright torso in the bottom, which is a very big advantage, especially from a speed perspective, to stand up. But here they are, rep for rep.
Adler and Fikowski back to the jump rope. Roman finishes his set of 5 squat cleans. Now the second and final round of the 25 double unders and the 5 squat cleans. Jeff Adler continuing to lead. At the 145 rep mark, he will go back to the barbell. And now 5 more squat cleans for Jeff Adler. Jason Hopper has fallen off the lead pace. Brent Fikowski's onto the barbell, as is Vellner. Now here comes Krennikov.
All these athletes doing a great job at staying at the bar. Some of the earlier heats, what we'd watch is an athlete would drop the bar, they'd step back, they'd shake their arms, they'd shake their legs. They're staying at the bar, which is a huge key to remember and a great cue mentally when athletes have a moderate or a light weight there and they can cycle it quickly.
Adler has taken the lead as Brent Fikowski stands up his final rep. 25 final double unders for Jeff Adler. Vellner's back on the platform. Time to beat is 4:14.98 seconds. Jeff Adler does have an event win under his belt. That was back on Thursday night when he took Texas Heavy. Looking for his second one here. He has 5 clean and jerks left. Brent Fikowski to the barbell along with Pat Vellner. Here comes Roman Krennikov. Two reps remain for Jeff Adler. Final rep for Adler. Krennikov is creeping up on Fikowski. Adler is in, and that should be Jeff Adler's second event win here at the Rogue Invitational. Now Roman Krennikov trying to track down Brent Fikowski. And Krennikov's going to do it. If Brent gets across, as he does, it looks like he's going to do. Well, wait a minute. Dallin Pepper's time is in there. Dallin Pepper's time is in between Fikowski.
Pat, finish with your legs.
Krennikov and Pat Vellner. He had a big enough cushion here that this isn't going to be a problem for him. Final rep for Vellner. He is in. But this got really interesting right now as far as that final spot on the podium is concerned, because Krennikov beats Fikowski, but keep in mind Dallin Pepper's time of 4:14.98 seconds.
Yep, it comes into play here. Roman might have to buy him dinner.
That's 10 points that Krennikov will make up on Fikowski. Could come down to a tie break here, though. But this is going to get really interesting. Jeff Adler, most likely, barring some sort of unforeseen thing here, keeping himself on the podium in second place behind Pat Vellner. Vellner looking to be crowned the Rogue Invitational champion for the second time in his career. Still some things to sort out here before we make it official, but that final spot on the podium looks like it's going to come down to maybe a tie break. It looks like Jeffrey Adler is going to finish on the podium, and we believe that Pat Vellner is going to pick up his second Rogue Invitational championship. He had a 90-point lead heading into the day. That was down to 65 coming into this final event, and he avoided a disaster.
Yeah, he did. He did a great job. We talk about Pat doing his thing, but the story for this was Jeff Adler all the way. He put on a clinic with cycling that barbell a lot like he did in the final event last year, and it was the same weight, 225 pounds this time. It just wasn't 30 clean and jerks. It was a variety of movements. So Jeff likes the taste of anything at the weight buffet. He finished with a clean and jerk that looked as smooth as the first rep. And then we got here Pat to finish. He made it happen, finished with his legs on that last one, and it's going to be a sweet taste of victory for Pat Vellner. Sean, we talked about champions and that being an important part, and Pat was the only returning champion here on the men's side. Winning is a skill. He flexed it one more time.
We still have to wait for official results, but Pat Vellner put himself in a great position coming into this event with a 65-point lead over Jeff Adler. Now, Adler looking like he's going to win the event and pick up 100 points. The first time we've seen a repeat winner here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, as Jeffrey Adler bookends his effort with 2 victories, a win in Texas Heavy, and if all these scores hold, a win in the cleanup. Here we go. Jeffrey Adler, 100 points. Roman Krennikov will pick up 95. Dallin Pepper, his time gets in between Krennikov and Fikowski. That's a 10-point difference. And Travis Merritt will finish 5th. And it's Pat Vellner who will take 10th. We will tabulate the scores, and Pat Vellner will wait and see if he did enough to hang on to the top spot on the overall leaderboard. Quick break. When we return, we will crown a champion here at the 2023 Rogue Invitational.
Seconds, 416. Yeah, it's busted everywhere. He's about to be like 15 for 60. We've got 416. Down? Yeah, down.
Yeah, down. And I think no, but I think something might have
He's not going to win by the highest margin. I learned this year, it's never over until it's over.
We are done with action at the 2023 Rogue Invitational, and for the second time in his career, Pat Vellner is your champion, and he is with Kiki Dixon.
Pat, congratulations. It's been a minute since you won the Rogue Invitational. What does it mean to you to be back on top?
It's fun to win it live. I mean, last time I won it, I was in my garage, basically, so it's fun to do it here with fans and stuff like that. I certainly made it interesting at the end, as I always seem to do, but it's fun. It's nice to come and have a trip pay off like that, and you know, I worked hard this weekend, so it feels a lot better. I'm not quite so sore now that I know that.
There was a lot of chatter about Roman and Adler coming into the Invitational. In what ways did that fire you up this weekend to get the job done?
It's always, you got to take it as a challenge, right? They're exciting. They're newer in the sport than I am, so I think it's easy for everybody to get distracted by the new people coming in. So I think it's a personal challenge for me to keep reminding people that I'm still around and I'm still hanging with the top guys. So I kind of just use that as motivation. I don't want to walk away. I want to be displaced. So until that time, they better keep trying.
As you mentioned, this isn't your first rodeo. So what takeaways do you look for at the close of a competition?
I mean, I limped across the finish a bit today, so I'm glad I was so good yesterday and the day before, because it was sure ugly today. But, you know, it's nice. This weekend was cool because we had a lot of different obstacles thrown at us weather-wise, changing events on the fly, just lots of different stuff that can be frustrating if you let it, but it's the same for everybody, and I think it's easy to take away lessons on those things and just get more experience. As experienced as I am, it's still, there's more to learn all the time. So, you know, I did great at some of it, and I didn't do so great at other things, so there's always stuff to learn.
Definitely things to learn with each competition, but tonight you get to celebrate. What does that look like?
I'm going to probably get some nice Texas barbecue with my family. They came down here to watch, so, and then, to be honest, I got to fly tomorrow morning at like 5:30 a.m., so it'll probably be an early night. I've been neglecting my family all weekend, so I'm probably going to catch up and mend those relationships for now.
Well, congratulations. You are the champion.
Thank you so much.
Age and experience pays off for Pat Vellner. Second time he has been crowned the Rogue Invitational champion. Embracing his coach, Michelle Latondra, who told me yesterday when I saw her walking over here to the venue, she said, today's going to be a good day for Pat. And that's what indeed it was, as he gave himself a 90-point cushion coming into the final day. He winds up on top of the overall standings. They are still working on the official results to figure out who is going to join him on the podium. You can head to roguefitness.com/invitational for all the latest updates and standings as we continue to work through things here in Round Rock, Texas. I mean, Pat Vellner just getting better with age, Adrian.
Getting better with age. I mean, he did a great job. We saw these tests early, and we knew that he was going to be able to have success based on his strengths and weaknesses, and he showed that all weekend long.
And with that, that concludes our coverage of the 2023 Rogue Invitational. Mitchell Hooper for the strongmen, Laurel Horvath for the women, and now Pat Vellner for the men. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. For Kiki Dixon, Adrian Conway, and our entire crew here in Round Rock, Texas, I'm Sean Woodland. Thanks for joining us at the 2023 Rogue Invitational.
The 2023 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. Beyond the whiteboard. Fitness is a journey. Crocs. Custom Crocs designed by you and made for your crew. And Roka. Discover Roka Performance Eyewear built for your toughest workout.